Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? Will the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing to the Pledge of Allegiance? Representative Hale will introduce the chaplain of the day. Representative Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our minister of the day today is Pastor Dwayne Cornelius. Brother Cornelius has been a licensed minister with the United Pentecostal Church International for 30 years. He and his wife, Sister C, as we affectionately call her, Heather, have been pastor of New Life United Pentecostal Church in Smithville since 2007. The thriving congregation of New Life under Pastor Cornelius' leadership operates a Kids Connection Early Learning Center, a child care facility serving about 75 or 80 children a day. We also operate a DeKalb Christian Academy, which offers education currently with 81 students enrolled. And next year, we already have 95 enrolled from PK to 12th grade. He also serves as the chaplain for our local City of Smithville Police Department. Don't hold this against him, but he's originally from Florida. The Cornelius family has lived in Tennessee for 16 years. He's a 1993 graduate of Indiana Bible College in Indianapolis. He and Sister Cornelius have 3 children and just welcomed this year their first grandchild. So if you would, help me please welcome my pastor and friend, Dwayne Cornelius, as our minister of the day.
It's a tremendous privilege to be here with you today. Thank you to Representative Michael Hale for the invitation. I also want to give honor to Speaker Sexton, as well as each of you, the members of the House of Representatives for the great state of Tennessee, which I call home, even though I'm originally from Florida. It does run my pastor blood to have this many people standing like we need to take up an offering or something, but we find ourselves here today facing many of the same challenges. What we consider to be our normal way of life looks very different than it did just a few years ago. Your job as representatives of this great state has become at times very overwhelming, as has mine as a pastor. And in my nearly 51 years, and now, as he mentioned, being a grandfather, the best way I have found to make it through these trying situations is to be surrounded and supported by the love of family, an unwavering faith in God, and the strength we find when we have unity and purpose and in passion. Maintaining integrity when faced with enormous challenges is not an easy task, but as stated by the very classy actress, Betty White, you don't luck into integrity, you work at it. The Bible instructs us in 1 Timothy 2 that we pray for our leaders and those who are in an authority. And so with that in mind, I would like to pray over this session meeting this afternoon, but really more importantly, over you, the voice of the people of Tennessee. So if you would bow your heads with me. Lord, I stand here humbly before you today, first of all, thanking you for your mercy and your grace that you give to us so freely each and every day. We trust and we are confident that the uncertainty of life that we face, you are still in control. I come this afternoon asking that you would bless this session, that you would give wisdom, that you would give peace, that you would give understanding. Bring us together in unity as decisions are made for the people of this great state. Lord, let this house chamber be filled with your presence as we surrender our will to yours. I ask that you would bless each of the representatives here today, bless their staff and their families. Allow your angels to surround them and their homes with strength and health and peace. And finally, we are thankful for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. And we seek your continued guidance each day as we fulfill this position of authority with integrity, with honesty, and with compassion. We ask it all in the most powerful name, the name of Jesus. Amen.
Representative Hale will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, take the roll.
Roll call.
Mr. Clerk, take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 92 members present.
Let the journal reflect. Representatives Ritchie are excused. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring.
Welcome and honoring Representative Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Cochran, and I would like to welcome Monroe County Mayor Mitch Ingram and the Monroe County Leadership Group to the state capitol.
Representative Pearson.
Yes, I would like to virtually welcome members of District 86 who are watching the proceedings of the House this week virtually to see how things are operating here and holding us accountable.
Welcome and honoring. Anyone else? Representative Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I have my pastor here, but then behind every good man is a good woman. So I want to welcome his wife, Sister Heather Cornelius, and also my beautiful bride is here with me tonight, Tara. So if you would, make them welcome.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to honor and well wish students across the state that are taking the TCAP test this week. We know TCAP, especially for third graders, are extra emphasized, and a lot of students are concerned and worried about those tests. But I just want to honor those students who are taking those tests and wish them well on those tests. And hopefully it will all pass and move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Raper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many times on the House floor, we recognize those that have passed, and which is a good thing. But I would like to recognize one of my friends that is living, and God blessed him. He got put on the liver transplant list a few days ago, and within 48 hours, he got a new liver. He's at Vanderbilt. His name's Harry Dillon, and I just thank God for his blessings.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we last convened this chamber, I just want to take a moment to recognize the mass shooting in Alabama where 4 people were killed, 28 were hurt on this weekend. In addition, there was a mass shooting in Kentucky where 2 were killed and 6 were injured. And then finally, there was a young man by the name of Ralph Yarl, who was 16, who was killed for ringing the wrong doorbell. He was shot while attempting to pick up his siblings. So I just want to have a moment of silence for all these victims of gun violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome and honoring. Anyone else? Seeing none. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolution.
Lear Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to Rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar, refer to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution congratulatory memorializing.
Lear Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory memorializing in line of that has to be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to Rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Lear Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Senate bills on first consideration.
Lear Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the Senate bills 394, 414, 418, 475, 491, 624, 814, 1,221, 1,237, and 1,268 transmitted by the Senate be held on the desk pending third consideration of the companion House bills.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration. House bills on second consideration. Petitions, memorials, reports from standing committees, reports from select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentlemen, moves passage of the consent calendar, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, item 51, Senate Joint Resolution 544 has been objected to by Chairman Moon.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Items 40 and 41 deal with veterans. After consultation with both floor leaders, I request that all people voting in the affirmative be listed as co-prime sponsors.
Without objection, exclusions duly noted. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 11, we're honoring the new president of the Tennessee Road Builders. I'd like to ask that the transportation be entered in as all prime sponsors.
Without objection, exclusions duly noted. Anyone else seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Having received the constitutional majority, I declare consent calendar passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a regular calendar.
Call the first bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 843 by Representative Lynn relative to education.
Representative Lynn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 843 on third and final consideration.
Representative Lynn moves passage. Following second, Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Lynn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will amend the very good law that we passed last year that gives parents some say over books that are in their libraries. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Lynn renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Would you yield to a series of questions?
Representative Lynn.
I yield.
Representative Pearson.
Who would be designating which of the materials fit within this criteria?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is already in the current law.
Representative Pearson.
Yes, and in current law, who is that?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the current law, a teacher, a parent, or a staff person can object to a book that is in the library to the school board, and the school board reviews the books, and if the person who objected is not satisfied with what the school board decides, they can appeal to the State Textbook Commission. Now, what I've explained to you is the current law. It is not this bill.
Representative Pearson.
And so what is this bill doing differently?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will put a time limit on how long the school board has to review the books of 60 days. Right now, folks who have objected to some books feel like it's taking a little bit longer than it should. So this will have them to act in 60 days.
Representative Pearson.
In this standard, it doesn't apply equitably in each district. One LEA could say this book is banned because this person says that it should go, and another LEA could say that's nonsense and idiotic that we would ban this book. And so we'll have a patchwork of what gets banned and what doesn't based on the subjectivity of the LEA. Is that correct?
Representative Lynn.
What you have described is the current law.
Representative Pearson.
Yep. I saw recently where a teacher, I believe, was fired because there was an image of the statue of David in their textbook or in the materials that they were using. Would this be the type of thing that current law and your bill would actually end up with people being punished for?
Representative Lynn.
I don't see how that could have been caused by the current law.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah. While I, again, understand some people wanting to have more urgency as it relates to which books get banned and things like that, I don't think that it is the responsibility of government to support the banning of educational curriculum. I think if there is a process in place, that process should continue to follow through, and that people's urgency to interrupt the education of children or youth doesn't need our support in being expedited. It needs to be a very deliberative process that folks go through, and not subjective, and so subjective that people can at will say that this book doesn't deserve to be in our classrooms. And I'm also curious, in this law, is there any room for people to disagree if a teacher or a librarian says, for instance, the reading of a Beloved or a book by Toni Morrison shouldn't be there? What's the process for saying that that's not a smart reason to not have the book?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all would have to do with the current law, and if you don't mind, I would just like to stay on the subject of this bill. I really don't want to confuse the current law with this bill.
Representative Pearson.
You're amending current law?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir, I am.
Representative Pearson.
So your bill does have an effect on what the law would be, inclusive of the current law?
Representative Lynn.
Yes, sir, it does. It is rather narrow, though. It's giving them 60 days to take a vote, the school board, 60 days to take a vote on the books that have been objected to.
Representative Pearson.
Yes, and I'm talking about books that are being objected to and the process for that, which your bill is impacting. And I'm curious about whether or not there are people who have the opportunity, for instance, to rebut when someone says that we don't need to have this book in our library. Because again, government banning books, government supporting people in the banning of literature and educational information, and there not even being debate or discussion about whether or not the ban that someone is proposing is coming from an extremely subjective or misogynistic or homophobic place, I think is deeply concerning. And so I would love, as you amend this law, we at least need to think about the implications that this law has on education for students and our schools and our communities. And so while I understand why you're saying this is just narrow because it's only saying 60 days to 30 days, you're touching the current law, and the current law is flawed.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague, Representative Lynn, from Wilson County, I had a few questions, if you don't mind.
Representative Lynn.
Yes, sir.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. And so based off of the exchange that just happened, my understanding is that this bill is trying to address the fact that books are not being banned quickly enough. Is that correct?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't say that. I would say that books are not being reviewed in a timely manner, so that's what this addresses. Parents or teachers or anyone who complains about a book, they should have the right to expect that their complaint is going to be addressed in a timely manner.
Representative Jones.
Representative Lynn, can you give me an example of some of the books that are being reviewed that people want banned? I know one of them is The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. Can you give me a few other examples of books that are going to be banned under this expedited process you're presenting to us? Can you give us a few examples?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is really not germane to the bill. This is only about the process, that people get to have their hearing more quickly. That it's only about the process. Whatever is objected to, I don't know. It's about the process.
Representative Jones.
With all due respect, Representative Lynn, the process is about material. And so the government is stepping in saying we're going to ban material from students from reading it. So I think it is germane for us to talk about what material is, not being reviewed that you don't believe is being reviewed quickly enough to ban for students from engaging with. And so can you give us some examples of books that either you or members who brought you this bill want to see removed from our school libraries? Can you give us a few books?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, actually, I can't. This is about people being able to have their hearing in a timely manner. There have been some books I know in my county, and I've heard from others, they were objected to at the beginning of the school year. And they have not had their hearing yet. And in fact, in my school district, there were 40 or more objected to at the beginning of the school year. And till the current moment, they've actually only had a hearing on 4. So that's not a timely manner. So what this seeks to do is just set the process in a timely manner. So let's say that the school board decides to keep a book. The current law allows the complainant to then appeal to the State Textbook Commission. But that's the current law. That is not this bill. This bill just says they have to get to the complaint in a timely manner. Let's say, according to the current law, the school board decides to take the book out of the school. Well, someone can appeal to the State Textbook Commission. Let's say the school board doesn't take up the book at all. 60 days goes by and they do not address the book. What this law says is the book will come out of the library with an automatic appeal to the State Textbook Commission to give the final word. I think that kind of makes all parties happy because the complaints will be addressed and there is a procedure where there is a final appeal.
There's no point of order. You're up, Representative Jones.
Mr. Speaker, stop the clock.
No,
because
sir. No, sir. You will continue your questioning. You're losing your time. I suggest you ask your question, Representative Jones. Representative Jones.
Mr. Speaker, these filibustering tactics are shameful, but let me ask my question. Representative Lynn, what is the status of this bill in the Senate? Is this bill even moving in the Senate? Or from my understanding, it's been stopped in the Senate. And so we're here having a discussion on a bill that is not going to even move forward this session. And what you're trying to do is create this narrative of instigating this culture of fear for parents to say that we need to ban books quicker, because for your understanding, these teachers who were already overworking are not moving quick enough to take books off the shelves. These books that you want to remove, you want to put more work on our teachers who are underpaid and understaffed to force them to remove books because they make you uncomfortable and they make members of this body uncomfortable. But these books are books about Black history. These are books about social justice. These are books about the true history of America that you're trying to ban. And one member of your caucus last year said we should burn these books. And so you are a book burning caucus. I just want to say that people who want to ban books have never been on the right side of history. You won't be on the right side of history with this, Representative Lynn. And so I hope.
Representative Lynn, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill is doing just fine in the Senate. It will pass in the Senate. Maybe not this year, but it will pass this year. They like the bill just fine. I'm not worried about its status in the Senate. The Senate has their own way of doing things, and they take their time about certain things. But also, if I can, just please don't read my mind. You don't know how I feel about things. I just truly feel that parents deserve to have their concerns addressed in a timely manner, or teachers or anyone else who complained about a book. And that's what this bill will do.
Representative Martin of Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the previous question.
Hey, Representative Martin, can you take that? We have a couple people real quick that want to ask questions.
Yes, sir. It's your pleasure.
Thank you. Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I'm just looking over, a list of books around the country that are being banned, and it's highly concerning to me, and you're kind of expediting that. So I just want to get on record just so people in this state know we wouldn't dare ban a book such as some of these. So it's not your intention to expedite the banning of the Diary of Anne Frank, is it?
Representative Lynn.
Representative, I don't have a vote. All I am doing is trying to create a process so that people who do have a concern can get their concern addressed in a timely manner.
Representative Mitchell.
But I think we can all agree that that story is important enough for our children to learn, so history does not repeat itself, that our children should learn. So I think it's easy for 99 people to agree that the Diary of Anne Frank should not be banned. Am I correct?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I'm not on a school board. I don't have a vote in the matter. As a voter, I get to vote for my school board member, but I don't have a vote on the school board. We hire them for their consideration, and that is the process. This process is already in place. What you're talking about, we debated last year, and the law passed. So all this is doing is circling back and just putting in a timely process for concerns of parents who are voters and taxpayers to be addressed.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, but you're creating that process. And one of the things I'm concerned about is the county in which you represent, that school board is currently being sued for meeting in private out of the public eye for discussing banning of books. You know, the books like The Diary of Anne Frank, The Life of Roberto Clemente, you know, things like that that I think children should know about. You're creating that process to stop children from that knowledge and that knowledge of history. And that's alarming. So by anyone not being able to say, we can't agree on, we don't think the banning of the Diary of Anne Frank should be banned, then this is a highly questionable bill. Thank you.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
All right. Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Previous question. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 70, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 843 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Right eye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 71, 22 nays.
House Bill 843 having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 841 by Representative Lynn and others relative to obscenity. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Lynn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1059.
Representative Lynn moves to substitute conform Senate Bill 1059, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1059 on third and final consideration.
Representative Lynn moves passage of Senate Bill 1059 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment's in the Senate bill. Therefore, I move to withdraw House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1.
Without objection. Amendment number 1 withdraw. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Lynn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill should help our librarians and our district attorneys make sure that the books that are sent to our schools are age appropriate. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Lynn renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lynn, can you give us an example of the books that would fall under this law, that your second book banning bill of the night? Can you give us some books that you're trying to ban under this?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, we have an obscenity law in Title 39. And what I have heard from librarians and other folks who have also talked to the same librarians, is that book distributors, when they place an order for their K through 12 school, maybe it's their middle school or high school, when they place an order for just a gross of books, these books come in, and among the historical adventure novels and the craft books and the science books are some books that are sexually explicit according to Title 39. So what this will allow is for our district attorneys to call those book distributors, make them aware of Title 39, and ask them to please take these books back and give our school districts credit so that they can pick out some other books. If they, don't want to obey our law, then of course our district attorneys can have a deeper conversation with them. But that is what this does.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Representative Lynn. I'm going to save my question to the end because I see the strategy here. This bill is trying to make it a Class C felony to have books that you deem as obscene. It's going to make it a Class E felony, punishable with jail time up to 6 years imprisonment and over $10,000 fine for possessing books. I mean, this is morally insane. And I think it is beneath the dignity of this body to vote on this extreme bill that sounds like anything but democracy and freedom. Can we rename this bill the Book Burner Caucus proposal? I don't know what you want to call it, but this is not democracy. And I hope that the people of your district and the people of our state are paying attention to what's happening here, is that we're banning books, but we won't ban the threat to our youth when it comes to militarized guns, but we're banning books. We're banning books, but we won't ban the real threat to our youth that we've been talking about all session. And I think it's immoral, it's obscene. This bill is obscene. This bill is an affront to what this body should stand for. We take a constitutional oath to vote against and challenge any legislation that is injurious to the people. Your proposal to jail people for possessing books that you deem as you don't want students to read, to jail them, Representative Lynn, this does not sound like America. And I hope that we can do better than this. I think that there are children watching this body, watching what we do here, saying, protect our lives, ban assault weapons, and you're responding by banning books. And so I think we can do better than this. I think that this body should vote against this legislation. I hope that we will not jail people for possessing literature, that we've went years with trusting teachers to put books in our classroom, and we've stood with them. And we have a bill later on tonight to have teachers to have guns. So you're saying that you trust teachers with guns, but not with picking out the books in their curriculum. You're saying that you trust teachers with guns, but not creating the educational content for their students. That is absurd, Representative Lynn. And so, again, I think we can do better than this. And I wish that you would reassess. I don't know who asked you to present this bill, Moms for Liberty, or what special interest group asked you to present this bill. But I know, talking to the people in my district, this is not what people are asking for. This is not in the interest of Tennesseans to jail people for books. And so, again, I hope that we challenge and vote against this legislation that sounds like something out of 1963 and not 2023. This sounds like something in an autocracy that we challenge here. And so I don't see how we can say we are the freest state in the nation while banning books and targeting teachers and targeting school administrators with jail time. I trust teachers. We stand with teachers. We should be encouraging our teachers and not giving them anxiety, saying, oh, will I go to jail if I have the wrong book on my classroom library? Will I go to jail if I read the wrong book to my students? We should be affirming our teachers because they've been doing the job that our state has been failing at doing, which is empowering the next generation. And so my question to you, Representative Lynn, as I conclude my time, I see it's running out, is how do you reconcile this legislation with your professions of freedom? How do you reconcile trying to jail teachers and school librarians and administrators with your profession that we want freedom and democracy? How do you reconcile these two values? Because they seem to be at odds with each other, they seem to be contradictory, and they seem to be setting us on a dangerous precedent as a state that we don't want to go to. So how do you reconcile these values?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, let me bring your attention to the current law, which is Title 39, 17902. I did not make up the punishment that's in this bill. The punishment that's in this bill is in the current law. This bill doesn't apply to teachers or anybody else. It applies to the book distributors. It's for distributors. It's a tool for our district attorney generals or the state attorney general, whoever wants to use it. We're giving them a tool. The punishment in this bill is in Title 39-17-902. It's only a restatement, and oftentimes when we request bills from legal services, they will restate the current law. And that's what they've done in this bill. They've restated the punishment in the current law. So that is my explanation, but thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Representative Lynn, this is concerning because our district attorney generals ought to be focused on some issues that are truly impacting children, truly devastating our communities. I come from Memphis, Millington, Shelby County, District 86. And I don't believe the best use of our district attorney general's resources are the banning of books in our classrooms while we refuse to ban weapons of war. I believe that our district attorney generals should be doing the work that they swore to do, not intervening in our educational institutions, pre-K through 12 or K through 12, as you articulated here. What is deeply concerning to me is that we are punishing publishers who don't know about this law that you have already spoken to. You've said nothing about the Tennessee Book Commissioner, anything, writing to all of the publishers that we have about this law with specific examples about what obscenity or all of these things could look like. And yet you're here and inviting us to pass a law that could be a bludgeon toward the democratic ability to learn freely. This isn't a good amendment to current law, neither is the law good in and of itself. But the reason that I think that this is dangerous is not even for its implementation, which would hurt the educational experience of people potentially because of the objectivity of the words like obscenity and things like that. And you know, this House said you can't pass anything about systemic racism or
Representative Pearson, that is off topic. I'm going to ask you, please stay on the bill. If you would stay on the bill, that would be useful. Representative Pearson.
I was just alluding to the work of our
I
legislature.
understand about alluding to, but you're supposed to be talking about the bill that's in front of us. Representative Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And I do believe this is connected, and this is what I want to articulate. With the bill previously that banned books, this bill currently before us that is encouraging this legislature to ensure there's some harmful penalty, a crime committed for a crime that some publishers might not even know they're committing. You have no remedy for that. And so what's concerning is a district attorney general in one of our districts could say to a publisher that they have committed a Class E felony. And we do not know how they would be able to prove that this distributor or publisher, and I'm reading this into the record for the folks who are watching at home, that the publisher or distributor knowingly sold or distributed obscene matter to a public school. And so you've already created a punishment without a process for remedying the problem. This is not a legislation that I think we should be moving forward or should be supporting or propagating in our General Assembly when we have so many other pressing matters that deserve our attention.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the sponsor, I would like to know how many teachers, specifically librarians, did you speak with when you're crafting this bill?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I talked with 2 librarians, but also I talked with many school board members who received information from their librarians that they did not intentionally put books with obscene matter into their libraries, it happened because they ordered a gross of books from a distributor. Sometimes the distributor simply sent them free books. When the books arrive, it is the librarian's job to put the sticker on it of the school district and to log it into the system. And they very much felt like, well, golly, that's my job. This book now belongs to the school system. What do I do about this? Well, after talking to librarians and also school board members, I talked to the DA and even our state attorney general and solicitor general. And they all thought it would be a fine idea to make it clear in our state's obscenity law to distributors that they cannot send obscene materials to a K through 12 school. And that if they do, they will be very happy to have a conversation with those distributors, which I feel seems very reasonable. And of course, if those distributors decide, well, I'm going to break your obscenity law and do it anyway, well, they can work matters out a different way.
Representative Dixie.
You may or may not know this, but my wife is a librarian. And the process that you describe of how they intake books is not how it happens. They take a book in. There's a website that she goes to on every book. And she sees if it's grade level, what the book is, what's its appropriate, what audience it's meant for. And she teaches in a pre-K through five school. So I'm not saying you didn't talk to librarians, but I think you need to talk to more than two. And also, school board members aren't educators. I think that if we have a penchant here for creating bills and legislation, and we don't talk to the stakeholders. And that's a problem. And I think that if you really talk with librarians, you would see that we've created an entire new workload for them that's unnecessary. But it also shows that we're not listening to our teachers. That's why one reason it's hard for us to continue to recruit and retain teachers. So when you have these bills that are put in there are checks and balances in place already in order to show this law is not needed. Because if there's a book that my wife that she thinks that is not appropriate, she sends it back. Every year they go through old books, discard them. Every year she has to do that. She spends an inordinate amount of time at school, after school, trying to go through these books that she's not compensated for. It keeps us away from family time, things that she wants to do on her own time. So I think we need to really, really think about what the intent and the unintended consequences of these laws are before we put them into place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me also make clear that I talked to 2 librarians in my county. I talked to librarians who came to see me here at the legislature from several counties. And I do agree, there are different experiences. So the experience that your wife is having, it sounds like she's wonderful and absolutely very attentive to the books that are in her library and all of that. In other districts like mine, we've built a lot of schools in the last few years. And when parents come in on that first day, the night before that first day of school, they've got to have books in the library. And so they order a gross of books. They just say, this is a middle school. And they order a gross of books that are for middle schools. So in that batch of books is where they found the problems. So I found people to be in agreement that this is another tool. We're putting this into the obscenity law, and it will be another tool to help ensure that we don't have the upset and the arguments that are going on at our school boards right now. Hopefully, we can make sure that our state obscenity law is followed.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a quick question, Representative Lynn. My question is about dual enrollment. and when there's say a senior who takes a class and it's a required book from the college, and but the LEA does not have it, is there an exemption for college courses? Or does the student just need to go outside the resources of the LEA to a public library or have to order it on Amazon, I guess is my question.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you very much for the question, Representative Jordan again. This really wouldn't have an application such as like you're thinking. This applies to our state obscenity law. The obscenity law has a lot of definitions in it that are fairly clear about what is considered obscenity. And so largely, it's not dealing with curriculum such as that. It's dealing with library books.
Representative Jernigan.
I understand that it deals with library books. I guess my question is, if there is required reading from a university for dual enrollment, and that book happens to not be in the school library because they deem it obscene. My question was, there's not an exemption in this bill. Is that correct?
Representative Lynn.
Yes, I don't think that there has to be. I don't think the application you're describing is applicable to this.
Representative Jernigan.
Okay, thank you, Representative.
Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the representative, we've talked a little bit about this in committee, and I wanted to do my due diligence, and I've talked to dozens of librarians, school systems, and this is just not the way that they do things. And this is just not happening according to them. Librarians are very diligent about making sure what the book is before they, as you talked about, the process of putting the sticker in and all of that. They know exactly what's going into the library, and they make sure that it is approved. And they have no qualms about sending books back. Absolutely no qualms. They don't question that. They're not questioned on that. And it's a lot of work. And the reality is that, you know, I've asked you multiple times, you did give specifics tonight. You said your county. I've reached out to some people in your county, and they said that was not a situation that was a problem. So I'm going to continue reaching out, because that is not, after talking to dozens of librarians, of superintendents, they are saying this is not an issue. And the last thing we want to do is prevent organizations from sending books and more books to our schools, because we appreciate that. But every single book is checked in. And the idea that we are keeping books from children or making someone a criminal because there's a book in it that somebody doesn't agree with, but we know that everyone is checked in. And I trust librarians. They're so organized, and they are vigilant about what comes into their library. And so I've yet to find the one that says this is a problem. And I would love for you to give me a name. I will call someone and I'll talk to them, because not a single person I've talked to out of dozens has said this is a problem.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1059, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 22 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1059 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare pass by objection. Most reconsider table. Call it next bill, Mr. Clerk. Oh, Representative Whitson, I'm sorry, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm out of order, but members, we have a page here tonight with us, Lily Stelter. She's a fifth grade student at Winstead Elementary School in our Williamson County, and her wonderful family's joining us tonight up in the gallery. So please welcome them and make sure you put Lily to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 312 by Chair Lady Littleton and others relative to parental rights proceedings. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Fritz, for what purpose at Deputy Speaker Johnson's desk, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm out of order. I would like to welcome a guest that we have to our chamber. Mr. Speaker, I would like to welcome Anat Sultan Dadan. Miss Anat is the Consul General for the Nation of Israel. And with her up in the gallery is Karen Eisenberg Jones. And I would like you all to give them a warm Tennessee welcome.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 264.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 264 without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 264 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 264 on third and final consideration. Properly second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 312 is an administrative bill from the Department of Children's Services. The bill updates our laws on adoption in three different ways. First, the bill clarifies when a court may find that the grounds of persistent conditions exist in order to terminate parental rights. Second, the bill corrects and modernizes practices related to release and the maintenance of adoption records. This legislation would remove the requirement of the Secretary of State to handle the records and would expedite services to individuals requesting adoption records and reduce unnecessary workload for DCS staff. Finally, statute requires courts conducting adoption proceedings to send adoption records to DCS at various stages of the adoption process. This legislation would remove the duplicate process for DCS-related adoptions and only require the courts to send documents at finalization of adoption for private adoptions. This legislation will better protect adoption records, modernize DCS processes, and make adoption records process more efficient. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 264 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member casts their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 85, 7 nays.
Senate Bill 264 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1561 by Representative Slater relative to the use of eminent domain in Sumner County.
Representative Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1561 on third and final consideration.
Representative Slater moves passage. Public Secretary, Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a local act affecting only Sumner County. By unanimous voice vote, the Sumner County Commission passed a resolution prohibiting using eminent domain to acquire privately owned property in specific situations. I renew my motion.
Representative Slater renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1561 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 82, 8 nays, 1 present not voting.
House Bill 1561 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 493 by Leader Camper, resolution to recognize Senior Pastor Dr. John Finn on the occasion of his retirement.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HJR 493.
Leader Camper moves adoption of popular second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this resolution honors Pastor John Flynn on his occasion of retirement as senior pastor at Faith, Hope, and Love Fellowship. He's been a faithful pastor for 27 years. He has been married to his wife for 43 years, have 7 children and 14 grandchildren, and he wants to spend more time with his grandkids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Clerk Camper renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 493, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as a member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 83, no nays, one present, not voting.
House Joint Resolution 493 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare adopted without objection. The most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 937 by Representative Alexander and others relative to convenient voting centers.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 937 on third and final consideration.
Representative Alexander moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill authorizes Washington County to participate in a pilot project to use convenient voting centers upon approval by a supermajority of the County Election Commission for federal, state, and local elections. I renew my motion.
Representative Alexander renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 937, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change a vote? Butler, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 82, 6 nays.
House Bill 937 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare it passed without objection. Most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 306 by Representative Boso relative to private schools. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1237.
Representative Bolso moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1237, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1237 on third and final consideration.
Representative Bolso moves passes of Senate Bill 1237 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Amendment 2 by Representative Boso. Mr. Speaker, it's timely filed.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw Amendment number 2.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 2, filed as House Amendment 3.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 3 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill builds on work that this body did in the last General Assembly. It provides that students in private schools who are members of TSSAA must participate in interscholastic athletic events in accordance with the student's biological sex. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Bolso renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Is that you want, or you need to be recognized? Representative McKenzie, I didn't know if you were predetermined if I was going to call the vote or not. Go ahead, sir. Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I'm confused. I'm speaking to the bill.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Boso, isn't there another part to this bill that deals with guns in school?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There no longer is representative. That amendment was withdrawn pursuant to Rule 62, which does not allow amendments by rider. And my understanding is that the clerk has determined that that proposed amendment would be a rider in violation of Rule 62 and also perhaps contrary to Article 2, Section 17 of the Constitution that does not allow amendments that are more than one subject matter.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm still confused. I know that was Amendment 2. Has Amendment 3 been added to your bill?
Representative Bolso. Representative McKenzie, that was withdrawn too. I'll just answer it for you. Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much. My concern about this bill is that it is anti-transgender people and children. It seems that we are persisting on a path of legislating discrimination and inequity. And I am wondering, Representative Bulso, what you're going to do in order that we stop moving forward legislation that attacks LGBTQIA children.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would disagree with the premise of the question. This is a bill that I think advances a different view, what I can call the American view. As you know, in one of our country's founding documents, Thomas Jefferson wrote that we hold these truths to be self-evident, which recognizes, one, that there is such a thing as truth, and not just that, but it's something that is capable of being understood. Some truths are so clear that they are, quote, self-evident. And Jefferson went on to write that among those self-evident truths were that there were certain inalienable rights that all members of our human race were endowed with by their creator, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, obviously, life and liberty are pretty clear that those are inalienable rights, but why was Jefferson talking about pursuit of happiness? Well, it's because he, like our other founders, were classically educated. They knew about Western civilization. They knew about the ancient Greeks. And in particular, Thomas Jefferson was drawing on Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, where Aristotle defined happiness as action in accordance with perfect virtue. And not only that, but he was reflecting Aristotle's Politics, where Aristotle makes very clearly the argument that the purpose of government is to make its people more virtuous. And obviously, you're familiar, Representative, that we've got 7 virtues. We've got the 3 Christian virtues and the 4 classical virtues. 3 Christian virtues, of course, faith, hope, and charity. Sometimes charity is referred to by its Latin origin, caritas, which means love. But then you've got the 4 classical virtues of prudence, justice, temperance, and fortitude. Sometimes prudence is referred to as wisdom. Sometimes fortitude is referred to as courage. So what you claim to be an anti-trans bill is nothing of the type. This is legislation that is designed to make our citizens more virtuous, which is the very reason that we have a government, a constitutional republic in the first place, as represented by Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, John Adams in our founding documents. So it is not, as you characterize it, Representative, an anti-anything bill. It is a bill that is squarely designed to make the people and our culture more virtuous. And frankly, virtue is something that we're lacking a bit in our culture right now. And it's one of the reasons that our culture is struggling as much as it is.
Representative Pearson. Out of order.
It is so interesting that you changed the words of Thomas Jefferson from what he actually wrote, which was all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it is also interesting that all of the names that you mentioned who built the foundations of this country were elite, slave-owning white men. It is fascinating that you think those are the virtues that we need to propagate and support by by passing anti-transgender children legislation. And how remarkable that you think you have the American view. How remarkable that you think you know what all Americans, all Tennesseans believe. And that if we are not supportive of this very narrow, discriminatory view, there's something wrong with our virtues. When in fact, the lack of democratic behavior, the lack of supporting of inclusion, the lack of supporting people for who they truly are, that is against who we are. That's why you even had to try and change the name from all men to all people. Well, transgender people are people, Representative, and deserve to be treated as such by this body too.
Out of order. Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Representative, we bring our differences to this body in civility. Collectively, we represent 7 million Tennesseans. We operate under the terms of a constitutional republic. And in this body, we decide what the public policy is of the state of Tennessee. This bill simply builds on the public policy that was enacted last session in the 112th General Assembly.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I've stood up a couple of times to talk about the anti-trans legislation that we've been putting forth. And I genuinely believe that we're going to be viewed pretty poorly, that we're on the wrong side of this. And I wasn't really going to say anything, but I took great offense at your comment that somehow trans Tennesseans are not Americans, or it's un-American to be trans, or it's not virtuous to be trans. And I wish you would take that back, number one, and I'll give you the opportunity to agree that those trans members of our community are, in fact, American and virtuous. But, you know, the second piece is this legislation, and I disagreed with it last year, and I'll disagree with this again, doesn't take into account what the real issue is. And the issue is that we want to continue to make sure that trans people are second-class citizens, that they cannot compete in sports. Do you know somebody that is a trans female? They could have significantly less testosterone than another female who is competing in that same sport. You and I could compete in a sport, and I am significantly larger than you. And you're a man, and I'm a man. And the fact that you're telling me that this is all about fair play is just, I don't think it's actually what you're getting at right here. But I give you the opportunity again to retract your statement and agree that trans people are American and virtuous. Thank you.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, that's not what my statement was, Representative. With regard to this bill, I mean, effectively, it does two things. It does make sports, particularly girls' athletics, more competitive. It protects competition because girls should compete against girls in high school. Boys should compete against boys. It simply is not fair. It's anti-competitive to allow boys to compete against girls in girls' sports. If you're dealing with a sport that's co-ed, that's a different issue. But where you are dealing with a girls' sport, such as volleyball, lacrosse, track and field, whatever, boys should not be allowed to compete with girls. And then secondly, it just has to do with the question of decency. We do not want boys in girls' locker rooms in high school. I think that also is a self-evident truth, hearkening back to one of our founding documents. So at every level, Representative, this bill advances good public policy. It protects girls' athletics. It protects decency. It is completely consistent with the work this body has done over the last 2 years.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you. And again, when we're talking about high school sports, you've got young men that are 14 years old, 15 years old in high school, competing against 18-year-olds. You've got young men that go through puberty at different times. You've got a whole range of physical differences. We've got members in this body that were professional athletes that are significantly bigger than others. We've got young women in high school that have gone through puberty and haven't. This whole concept that's about fairness is just not true. I mean, you look at a basketball team, they're all tall men. They're all tall people. We're not forcing them to include short people as well because it's not fair. I completely disagree with the premise of why you're bringing this, and I wish you would just own it.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, Representative, it seems self-evident to me that it's not fair to allow high school boys to compete in girls' athletics against girls. I think you frankly are on the wrong side of not just science, but on history with that issue. We have come remarkably far in protecting girls' athletics, women's athletics at the high school and collegiate levels. And to allow boys, or when you get to college, men, to take over girls' athletics or women's athletics is just wrong. And I am proud that this body last session decided to go ahead and put Tennessee on the side of protecting girls' and women's athletics.
Representative Martin Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was said a moment ago that our founders were slavers, and I just want to say from Hamilton County, Alexander Hamilton was never for slavery, and I want to stand up for the good people.
Representative, that's out of order. Representative Sparks.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Representative, for the piece of legislation. I've got a sister, sadly, is in a nursing home from a severe fall and cancer and can't walk. Mine's not there. Bless her heart. It's really sad to see. But she was MVP. Vicky Sparks was her name. A standout volleyball, standout softball. Could compete against anybody. But there's no way she's going to compete against a Scott Sapicki or somebody else. I want to thank you for this piece of legislation. And I want to thank, and I'm being serious. I'm being serious about it. I mean, Gus Scott can say something if he wants to. But I appreciate this. I can't even believe we're having this conversation. So for my constituents back home, this is ridiculous. We even have to be here on this kind of bill. Thank you for presenting this, and hats off to girls athletes. Thank you, sir.
Representative Sapicki.
Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1237, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no.
So aye.
Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk. Take the vote.
Aye 72, 19 nay, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1237 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed by objection. Most considered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1373, by Chairman Carr and others relative to employment. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 1143.
Chairman Carr moves substitute form Senate Bill 1143, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1143 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Carr moves passage of Senate Bill 1143 on third and final consideration, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kiesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 is the same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has to do with J1 workers that come into all of our different counties to help with our needs as far as the tourism industry. And they were having a little trouble from the ABC of receiving their permits, or they could carry a beverage from the bar area to the table. And so with this amendment there, it just takes care of that. And ABC will renew their permits for them. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Carr renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I know I'm out of order, but I just want to raise a point of order that I was just trying to get back into the chamber with a child's casket to represent the policies of this body, and we were locked out. And I'm also here with my Bishop William Barber of the Poor People's Campaign, the Moral Movement. We're here to give moral witness to what's happening in this body. And I want to welcome him to the People's House and all the clergy who've come from across the nation, thousands of clergy who are here today praying and asking us to do something about these children who are being killed in our streets. And so I want to welcome them to the People's House. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that casket that's sitting outside of there will send a clear message about what is happening in this body. We are perpetuating policies of death when we should be standing.
Representative Jones, you're going down the wrong road. If you want to recognize your guest, you're more than welcome to. But that's where we are right now, not making a statement. If you like to recognize your guest, that would be wonderful. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They just said it was your decision, but I do want to welcome Bishop William Barber of the Poor People's Campaign, of the Moral Movement, as well as the clergy who've come from across the nation to stand and witness here today.
Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1143, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 85, 3 nays, 3 present not voting.
Senate Bill 1143, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1022 by Chairman Doggett and others relative to the release of defendants. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 418.
Chairman Doggett moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 418. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 418 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Doggett moves passage of Senate Bill 418 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment improves on this amendment by limiting the bill to only violent and sexual crimes. Therefore, I move to withdraw House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 418 requires that the court issues a bench warrant due to a defendant's failure to appear on a felony or Class A or Class B misdemeanor that is violent or sexual in nature as determined by the court, or if a defendant is charged with a failure to appear. The defendant is to be placed on any unavailable state or federal list, such as NCIC, within 10 days of the defendant's failure to appear. This also requires an arresting officer or the officer's agency to exercise due diligence in determining the existence of prior arrest or convictions after an officer arrests such persons, but prior to the determination of bail. It requires the results of the investigation into the arrestee's prior arrest and convictions to be made part of the person's law enforcement file. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Doggett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Sponsor, could you explain why we need this bill?
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason for this bill is that sometimes when someone fails to appear in court, they're not entered into NCIC. And in doing so, that causes extradition purposes. If someone is left out, perhaps if you're in a county that borders another state, that individual that has skipped out on court, there's no mechanism to get them back into court. And so that's what this is to do, is add another tool to the tool belt of law enforcement and to make sure that victims don't continue to be victims, that they have their day in court as well, and that justice may have the opportunity to be served.
Representative Pearson.
Could you talk about how this would address if someone goes to another state, as you just mentioned?
Chairman Doggett.
It puts them in NCIC and allows law enforcement to recognize that if someone is apprehended in another state for another crime, that they are wanted in Tennessee.
Representative Pearson.
Got it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 418 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 78, 14 nays, 1 present not voting.
Senate Bill 418 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 727 by Representative Fritz and others relative to consent and educational events. Mr. Speaker, we're on the House bill.
Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll House Bill 727 to the next available open.
Representative Fritz, can you just roll it to the hill of this calendar, please? Roll it to the hill of this one. Representative Fritz.
Absolutely. I move to roll to the hill of this calendar.
Without objection. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1566 by Representative Gant relative to the charter of the town of Oakland.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Sorry, Speaker, I don't move as fast as I used to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1566 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gant moves passage. Following second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a private act that pertains to a charter change for the city of Oakland that is in my district. I renew my motion.
Representative Gant renews his motion. Representative Clemens, Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is this bill allowing the city of Oakland to assess and charge impact fees?
Representative Gant.
The amendment that we put in struck that language out, but that was prior to the drafting of this, so you did not see that.
Chairman Clemens.
So what does the bill actually do?
Representative Gant.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I'll just read the entirety of the act. The board and mayor of Alderman, by majority of vote of the full board, shall have the power and authority to appoint and remove all directors and/or department heads, including the town recorder. Department heads and the town recorder serve at the pleasure of the board and may be removed at any time. Section 2, to discipline all directors and/or department heads and to appoint and remove all subordinate officers and employees in accordance with any personnel rules and regulation adopted by the ordinance or resolution of the board. He may authorize any administrative officer who is subject to his direction and supervision to exercise these powers with respect to subordinates in that officer's department or office. Section 3, part of Section 3, Section 15, be it further enacted that the board shall appoint town recorder who also may be appointed to the position of finance director. The recorder shall keep and preserve the town seal and all official records not required by law or ordinance to be filed elsewhere, to attend all meetings of the board and to maintain a journal showing the proceedings of such meetings. The alderman present and absent each motion considered, the title of each resolution and ordinance considered, and the vote on each question. And to prepare and certify copies of official records, the recorder shall maintain the Oakland Municipal Code in a current and usable manner, and shall furnish the mayor and each alderman with a copy of said code upon his assuming office for his use during his term of office, when serving in the position of finance director. The recorder shall act as tax collector and issue receipts for taxes collected and entered on the tax books, the payment of taxes on the date on which they are collected. When serving in the position of finance director, the recorder shall serve as treasurer, and such shall receive and keep safely all funds of the town and shall pay out same upon warrants signed by him and the mayor. Section 4, this act shall have no effect unless it is approved by 2/3 vote of the legislative body of the town of Oakland. Its approval or non-approval shall be proclaimed by the presiding officer of the legislative body and certified by such officer to Secretary of State. Mr. Chairman, I renew my motion.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'd read that a little slower, you could have taken up the full 5 minutes. So all I was asking is a summary of what the bill does, and I appreciate you telling me that you've taken out the impact fees from this legislation. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Pearson.
Just a quick question here. Thank you, Speaker. So, sponsor, this is taking away the power. I just want to make sure. It says it authorizes the board of mayor and aldermen to appoint and remove all directors and department heads upon majority vote. Is that still in this?
Representative Gant.
That is part of Section 1 and Section 2.
Representative Pearson.
And also replaces the town manager with the board as the appointing authority for the town recorder. Is that correct?
Representative Gant.
That is part of Section 2 and 3.
Representative Pearson.
Have you had an opportunity to talk with the town manager of Oakland about the removal of their position in place of this board?
Representative Gant.
I don't think I'd be bringing this if I had not talked to my mayor and those board of aldermen.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. The thing that I'm curious about is just seems like there's a big dilution of power for what would be the executives, I reckon, in Oakland in place of these boards. And last thing, for this legislation, if it were to go forward, Representative Gant, it would require the approval of the legislative body in Oakland. It wouldn't be something we're forcing onto the folks of Oakland if it passed.
Representative Gant.
I don't understand your question.
Representative Pearson.
How would this take effect?
Representative Gant.
By passing it on this floor.
Representative Pearson.
And when it goes to the board, as it were, in Oakland, they would then agree to follow this law? Or are you saying, oh, go ahead, Representative.
Representative Gant.
I think when we pass it, it becomes state law as part of their charter change. So I think they would have to adhere to it.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. It's just some of this language, it really does give power to the legislature locally, your board, and it doesn't seem like we're just overreaching into local matters. And so I appreciate that.
Representative Gant.
I have nothing further, Mr. Speaker. Renew my motion.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hey, Representative Gant, you got a good bill because it's a local bill. It came from your locals. They sent it up here, asked you to do it. I applaud you for doing what your locals have asked you to do by a 2/3 vote. I appreciate you doing it. We all need to do this. We need to listen to our members that are their local bodies send stuff up here for them to do. And that's our job, to do what the locals ask us to do, folks. So if you live in that community and they bring you a bill, do it. If you don't live in that community, leave it alone. But I applaud you, Representative Gant. Thank you for doing your job.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1566 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays, one present, not voting.
House Bill 1566 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1129 by Representative Gant and Leader Camper relative to taxation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to roll this House Bill 1129 one space.
Without objection, rolled one space. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 33 by Representative Gant and others relative to property assessment. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0397.
Representative Gant moves substitute conform to Senate Bill 397, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0397 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gant moves passage of Senate Bill 397 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment takes the effective date back to January 1st of 2023. And with the recent tornadoes that hit West Tennessee in several areas and across the state of Tennessee, this deals with the proration of property taxes on property that has been damaged or destroyed by disasters and emergencies. So this goes back to each of our districts, and it is a permissive piece of legislation. And this goes back to our locals to be able to help those that are affected by tornadoes, to give them latitude on the property taxes on a prorated portion while that house is not being able, they're not able to live in it. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Gant renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 397, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change your vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Senate Bill 397 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 12, House Bill 1129, relative to taxation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0935.
Representative Gant moves substitute and form Senate Bill 935 without objection. So ordered. Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0935 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gant moves passage of Senate Bill 935 on third and final consideration. Block second. Mr. Clerk, call the first amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this legislation does is it's simply an extension of the car rental fee used to retire the debt at the FedEx Forum in Memphis. I renew my motion.
Representative Gant renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 935, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts a vote, any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take vote.
Ayes 83, non nays, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 935 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 826 by Representative Gillespie, relative to K-12 education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1069.
Representative Gillespie moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1069, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1069 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gillespie moves passage of Senate Bill 1069 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment, so I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, what this bill does is pretty simple. It's a school safety bill that would allow, under certain circumstances, for the director of school or principal to assign a student to an alternative school or virtual school if having that student on campus could endanger other students or staff. I can certainly go into a lot more detail if you'd like, but right now I would like to renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gillespie renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Gillespie, where do the students go? I just want to read this, make sure I got the right amendment for people watching. It says it rewrites the bill to provide that a director of schools or a director's designee is not required to assign a student in grades 7 through 12 who has been suspended for more than 10 days or expelled from the regular school program for an offense of violence or threatened violence or an offense that threatened the safety of persons attending or assigned to the student's school to an alternative school or alternative program if the director of schools or the director's designee determines that assigning the student to the alternative school or alternative program may endanger the safety of the students or staff of the alternative school or alternative program. So if the director or the director's designee does not have to assign the student anywhere, where do these students go?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I heard some of that. I didn't hear a question there.
Representative Pearson.
Where do the students go?
Representative Gillespie.
Are you referring to now or if this bill were to pass?
Representative Pearson.
If this bill were to pass, of course.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So really what it is there'd be an alternative virtual school really the example that I've been saying to people as to why this is needed is, and this is right out of Shelby County, say a student allegedly shot up a funeral. The act of violence had nothing to do with the school, but the LEA heard that there was likely going to be gang retaliation and that would endanger everyone at the school, so that the student, if the student had been sent to school that day, this allows them to attend a virtual school.
Representative Pearson. Representative Pearson.
Yeah. Representative, that doesn't make a ton of sense to me, because the threshold isn't if some happenstance of an incident of someone being involved in a shootout or something is even mentioned here. I think that's an egregious example, because you have in this legislation that it can be for threatened violence. You have in this legislation that it's actually left to the subjectivity of the director or the director's designee to determine whether or not we educate someone who the director or the designee says is a threat or has threatened violence, which you offer, I see rather, no threshold in here, no statements of exactly what that would look like. And so we're leading to a place of subjectivity with this legislation. And just because you mentioned gun violence, I think we need to think about how we actually address that. And I don't think it is expelling people out of school. But again, where do the students go? You said they go into a virtual school, but the director or the director's designee has no responsibility for them. And another question, Representative, is are we providing services to the kids that you are saying are now a threat to the schools? Or is it just you go to virtual school for a day or two, then you come back? Or is there more to this legislation to actually support the individuals who you're talking about?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this was actually brought to me by Shelby County Schools, and the example I named was an actual real example, something that did happen. And the purpose of this legislation is to provide help for that person. So instead of expelling the student, instead of prolonging whatever else may happen down the road, we're giving them an alternative to attend school virtually, which is a proven method now post-COVID, so that they can get the help they need.
Representative Pearson.
Where in this legislation are they getting the help, the mental health services, the social support services that they need? Because I see or I hear you saying, now we provided an opportunity for them to go to an alternative school. But I don't see the money and the resources that are needed to help people who are in those traumatizing situations in this legislation. So if you could just read that out for us.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, what I mean is the help that they need, as in we're not expelling them. We're not sending them back to school in that environment. We are helping them in this way by providing an alternative. With that, yes, I'm sure there's some counseling that could be available, but that does not have anything to do with this bill. But I would welcome you to bring that legislation next year, possibly.
Representative Pearson. Sorry, sir. Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So yeah, I guess my question is in Knox County, we have alternative schools that students can go to when they get expelled. And we do have online options. But I'm concerned about counties that don't have those options necessarily. And so what we know, you mentioned COVID, what we learned in COVID is a lot of kids don't learn online very well at all. And so sometimes offering online education, a lot of times for troubled kids, they have learning issues and online education is not going to benefit them. Are you having every school system set up some type of online education for students who are suspended, or how is that going to work? Expelled, I'm sorry.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The language of the bill just says the alternative school or alternative program. So it doesn't have to be virtual. It would be up to discretion. Some places may have more rooms off campus. Virtual is the one that I'm using just because we know that that's a lot more accessible universally.
Representative Johnson.
But isn't it true that a lot of counties are not set up for any type of online school? What is there a fiscal note with the bill, or how does that work?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is not a fiscal note. I believe it's up to the director of schools or the director's designee to make these decisions. I can't possibly go into detail of what every single school district would do, or every single school would do, or every single principal would do, or every child would do for that matter. This is just allowing an alternative if an act of violence is committed somewhere or threatened to be committed somewhere, and the principal of the school says, hey, not a good idea for this person to be in school suspended. It's giving them another option.
Representative Johnson.
Okay, so that means this is an unfunded mandate for some small school systems that don't have any set up for this?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you repeat that?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. So would this be an unfunded mandate for some of the small rural systems that don't have a setup?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding that every single school system under COVID was required to have some sort of virtual option. I'm sure that's still the case.
Representative Johnson.
Yes, but there were teachers that were doing that because some students were at home. That is not something that is normally done, and there's not teachers set aside for that alternative learning. So it's going to have to be added.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that would be a case by case. If there's a shortage, then that director of schools would make that decision when it happens.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. So it is an unfunded mandate. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1069 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take vote.
Ayes 82-11A, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1069 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 457 by Representative Hakeem and others relative to the youth sports safety.
Representative Keem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 457 on third and final consideration.
Representative Keem moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of amendment number 2. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye, aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Keem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is enhances the Safe Stars Act. And we've worked with the TSSAA. We work with Vanderbilt Director Alex Diamond, Youth Sports Center. We've worked with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to hopefully bring forth a bill that we find acceptable. And one of the reasons that, as an example of why we're bringing this bill, we had a student at Gatlinburg Pittman High School, Ms. Kendall Reagan, who had a heart episode coming off the basketball court. And as a result of that, she could have died from that, but fortunately someone was there who had some knowledge and understanding as to what needed to take place in regards to her health. What we have in the state of Tennessee are young people, 14 years old and under. We want to have the same opportunity in all of our schools for young people. It's not something that happens every day, but what this legislation does is encourages coaches to have the necessary training to be able to spot emergency situations and the training of our young people themselves. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative King renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Lambert.
Representative, I just want to thank you for sending this back to committee so that we could take out a few parts there that I know myself and others had objections to. So thank you for working through the process and working obviously well through the process. Definitely support the bill. I know others do as well. We want to make sure our coaches have as much information as possible to keep our kids safe during these important activities. Athletics are a huge part of my kids' life, and I know a lot of folks. I want them to be safe, but I still want them to definitely do those activities. Thank you.
Representative King.
Thank you, colleague, leader, and all of my colleagues. As I said, this was a bill that had support on both sides of the aisle. We worked together, and prayerfully you will pass this for our children. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 457 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, the same member which changed their vote. Hardaway, aye. Gillespie, aye. Glenn, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
House Bill 457 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 191 by Chairman Holtzclaw relative to alcoholic beverages.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of HB 191 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Holtzclaw moves passage by second. Ms. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to move this to the heel of the amendments, please.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. I move to adopt, and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that's back to the heel. House State Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We now move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 191 is the premier omnibus bill which identifies unique locations across the state to serve alcoholic beverages on premise only. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Holtzclaw renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 191 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 74, 10 nay, none present, not voting.
House Bill 191 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 766 by Chairman Holtzclaw and others relative to traffic control signals.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of HB 766 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Holtzclaw moves passage by consecutive. Mr. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Howell moves adoption of amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those say no. Ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 766 basically ensures the minimum exposure time of the yellow light is 3 seconds across the state. And TDOT has approved this legislation and conforms to the manual MUTCD. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Holtzclaw renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 766 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, seeing member wish to change their vote. Barrett, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 97, no nays.
House Bill 766 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 771 by Chairman Holtzclaw relative to state symbol. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 420.
Chairman Holtzclaw moves substitute form Senate Bill 420 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Holtzclaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 420 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Holtzclaw moves passage of Senate Bill 420 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 420 simply asks the governor to redesign the state seal to include the words "In God We Trust" on it. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Holtzclaw renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the sponsor, this bill is trying to put the words "In God We Trust" on our state seal. But everything we've done this session has been an affront to what God calls us to do. I believe that this proposal to put "In God We Trust" on our state seal is using the Lord's name in vain. I think of Isaiah 10 that says, "Woe to those who pass unjust laws that hurt the poor and rob them of their rights." I think of Micah 6:8, "What does the Lord require of us but to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly?" I think of Luke 4:18, where it says, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has anointed me to preach good news to the poor, release to the captives." If we look at the Word of God, there's over 2,000 scriptures that talk about how we should treat the poor and vulnerable, and we're not doing that in this body. So we're going to use God's name. We're going to put it on a seal to pat ourselves on the back, but we're doing everything against God's will and who he called us to care for, which is the orphan, which is the widow, which are the vulnerable of our state, which is the blood of these children who are killed in Nashville at Covenant Elementary School, crying out to us. And so you want to put "In God We Trust" on the state seal, but I believe that God would call us to do more than just to do a slogan. God would call us to do justice. God would call us to do righteousness. God would call us to care for the least of these in our state.
Out of order. Representative Jones.
And so to my colleague, Representative Holtzclaw, I ask that you withdraw this bill and don't just use God as a slogan, but use God as a way to how we're going to legislate in this body. Use God to examine the moral framework of the policies we're passing. We live in a state where it's easier to get a gun than it is to get an adequate education. That is not of God. We live in a state where we worship the NRA and at the expense of our babies.
Representative Jones, we're on the bill. You're going off topic. Out of order. Those in the balcony, just so we know, if you could please refrain from making noise, then we will be good. If you could please do that. We would not want to have to remove anybody. That's not what we want to do. Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is this body that's trying to use God's name in vain and put God's sanction on the injustices that is happening here. Let me read from Jeremiah 22. "Thus says the Lord, go down to the house of the king of Judah," or sexton, "and speak there this word and say, hear the word of the Lord, O king of Judah, sitting on the throne of David, you and your servants and your people who enter these gates. Thus says the Lord, act with justice and righteousness and deliver from the hand of the oppressor anyone who has been robbed, and do no wrong or violence to the immigrant, the orphan, and the widow, or shed innocent blood in this place. For if you will indeed obey this word, then through the gates of this house shall enter kings who sit on the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, they, their servants, and their people." Let's go. If we want to use God, let's talk about God. Let's talk about a Jesus who said, "That which you've done to the least of these, you've done to me." Let's talk about the God in the Old Testament who said, "The blood cries out." The blood cries out of those 3 9-year-olds who were slain in this city, and this body chose to do nothing about it. God is calling us to do something more than just
Representative Jones, you're getting off topic and you're going into other areas outside this bill. If you like to stay on this, sir, would you like to continue and stay on topic, please? Thank you. Representative Jones.
Mr. Speaker, we are using God as a slogan. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are trying to put God as something "In God We Trust" on a seal. But that's not what God, I don't know where in my scriptures it say, put my name on a seal, but it says do justice, love mercy, walk humbly. That's what my scripture tells me. So as someone who went to divinity school, I'm trying to question, why are we trying to put God in a box? Why are we trying to use God to give sanction to the injustice that's happening in this building? Because God is not pleased, Mr. Speaker. God is not pleased with this body. Let's be honest. And that if we do not act to pass common sense gun laws,
Representative Jones, you're out of order. That's the last time. I'm sorry. Representative Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you. You missed your calling. You should have been a preacher.
Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. We all got to preach from time to time because the art of preaching is professing a gospel in the Christian faith or in any faith about love and justice. You have brought before this hallowed house a piece of legislation to encourage the governor to submit a design of the Great Seal of the state of Tennessee by July 1st, 2025, that incorporates the language, quote, "In God we trust." Professing, as I assume you are trying to do, that here in the state of Tennessee, it is in God we trust. A God, as my colleague spoke about, who cares how we act and how we treat the most marginalized. A God who cares about how we act and how we treat the poor, those who've been pushed to the periphery. In God we trust is what we are seeking here, to encourage our governor to add to our Great Seal of the state of Tennessee. And I have to wonder, which God are we trusting in? Because we all have different faiths and backgrounds and traditions and beliefs. And I welcome the clergy here from around the nation who believe in a God that forces some people to march for justice. A God that forces some folks not to silence the voices of people who are marginalized and pushed to the periphery. So it is interesting that we are seeking to put "In God we trust" on our Tennessee Great Seal, and we haven't even had a conversation about which God we're talking about. And some people here have these gods that they worship. Some of us have these gods that we bow down to. Some people here have these gods that we love and that we idolize, that silence voices and shun the poor and pass legislation to silence the majority. Some people have this God that they worship, and I think in this house of conversation and this hallowed house of debate, there should have been more conversation about which God we were putting our trust in. Because I'm concerned that the God that you are encouraging the governor of this state to put on the Great Seal of Tennessee to represent all 7 million of us in perpetuity is not the same God we trust with inclusion. It's not the same God we trust with elevating the lowly. I'm worried that we're not talking about the God that pushes people from the periphery to the center. I'm worried that we're not trusting in the God that does the work of justice and love. I'm really worried that we are pontificating and painting on our Great Seal a God to bow down to, who is not the God that loves and cares for everybody, but instead might be a God who idolizes and who supports white supremacy, capitalistic exploitation, or patriarchy. And we haven't had a conversation in this hallowed house about what God we're trusting in. Is it the same God that has brought us to this place through liberation? The God who has ensured that even amidst, some might say, expulsion, resurrection happened? Or is it a God of silencing? We didn't have a conversation about what God we're trusting in. And that's really important if you're going to say that this God that you want us to have our governor to put on the design of the Great Seal of the state of Tennessee is going to represent all of our different perspectives and identities.
Representative Holtzclaw.
I renew my motion, Mr.
Very good.
Speaker.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor Yield.
Representative Holtzclaw.
Yes, sir.
Representative Shaw.
Mr. Sponsor, I do want to ask you, have you done a survey in terms of how many people believe in God in Tennessee?
Representative Holtzclaw.
No, I didn't specifically go out and survey how many people in the state of Tennessee believe in God, but I have a good feeling it's a very, very high percentage.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you believe that salvation comes by faith?
Representative Holtzclaw.
Yes, sir.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, sir. You do know what the Bible says about faith. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for. It is the evidence of things not seen. It is a declaration as well as is the description of what a person does when they believe in God. So I guess what I'm concerned about is, are we really speaking for every individual that lives in the state of Tennessee when we put on the seal, "In God we trust"?
Representative Holtzclaw.
No comment.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise. I can't support the bill simply because I don't think I would be honest with myself or be honest to speak for even the 70,000 people that I represent to say that they all believe in God. And even if I went to the church where I pastor, I couldn't honestly say everybody in the congregation believes in God. I would hope that they would. But under the circumstances, I think I would be speaking out of order if I said everybody in that church believe in God we trust. So for that reason, I wouldn't be able to support your legislation. I think I understand what you're trying to do, but I think that we may be going down the wrong road to speak for some people who may disagree with that idea. But I thank you for your effort, but I don't think we can legislate morality.
Representative Holtzclaw.
It is our nation's motto, by the way.
All right.
With that,
Renew your motion. Yes, sir. Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I call for previous question.
Previous question been called. Objection. Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 420, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 74, 18 nay, 4 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 420, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1106 by Chair Lady Littleton and others relative to juvenile offenders. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0611.
Chair Lady Littleton moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 611 without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on Senate Bill 0611 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage. Senate Bill 611 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This authorizes a juvenile court to transfer a child who is 16 years of age or older to an adult criminal court for committing the offense of escape from a youth detention center. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Madam Chair Lady, can you explain what the bill does again, please?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a child that's 16 or older that escapes from a detention center will go to criminal court instead of going back to juvenile court.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you. That's what I was afraid of, that you said. So they'd be sent to adult court because they escaped?
Chair Lady Littleton.
These are juveniles that are charged with an offense of robbery or attempt to commit robbery, confined to a youth developmental center approved and certified.
Representative Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to be clear on the bill. So if these juveniles that were sent there for robbery and they escaped from the facility, they would then be sent to adult prison?
Chair Lady Littleton.
They would be sent to a adult court.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, which could send them to an adult prison?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. Sponsor, what crime is being committed? What level of crime is being committed for someone escaping from a youth development center? What level of crime?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are ones that are in a juvenile detention for 3 different felonies, including robbery or attempt to commit robbery.
Representative Pearson.
No, in Tennessee law, what crime is it? What level of crime is it for escaping? Do we have a law that says if you escape from a detention center, you have now committed a felony of the X degree or something like that? Does that exist?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They've already committed felonies.
Representative Pearson.
So it is not a crime to escape from a youth development center. Is that correct?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a crime to escape.
Representative Pearson.
This-
Sorry, Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This just sends them to a criminal court.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. What reasons are people typically escaping from youth detention centers? Why would someone want to escape?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess to get out of the juvenile detention center.
Representative Pearson.
Do we have resources, more resources in youth detention centers to help young people who might be considering escape or anything like that? Is this bill provide any additional resources to the youth who the state is incarcerating?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been around to several of these detention centers, and yes, they have all kinds of classes for them and rehabilitation.
Representative Pearson.
But this bill isn't adding resources to the youth detention centers in our state. Is that right?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They are already getting those. What would they add?
Representative Pearson.
Because according to your bill, people are still seeking escape. And so I'm wondering if there was more psychiatric help, if there was more social services support, if there was more resources for rehabilitation, if there were more things that the state were offering to these young people to actually help them to be rehabilitated instead of criminalizing them even more for not committing another crime, whether or not that would make a difference. But the problem with this legislation and the pattern that it continues is the criminalization of juveniles and youth as what someone called sort of super predators. These are children already in extraordinarily difficult circumstances who have committed no additional crime, who you are now saying need to be sent to adult prison. And we know what the image of those children typically is. They oftentimes look like me. And I am worried that we are passing legislation that continues to penalize and criminalize someone who has committed no additional crime just because this body has the power to do so. That is not how we should be using our legislative power. And the reason that I was asking about the resources that are going into youth detention centers is because if we want for them to be places of rehabilitation, if we want for them to be places where we prevent young people from having recidivism problems, then we have to look much more holistically as how these young people got there in the first place, and doing everything in our power to prevent them from being there. And if they are there, doing everything within our power to help them be rehabilitated and members of our society, not criminalizing them further because they escaped.
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In all this conversation, I'm reminded of a recent expose and white paper on the sexual assault, abuse, physical assault of young people, juveniles at the Wilder Center. And I can't imagine what that would be like to be there and suffer that from staff or staff allowing it from other students. And I think I'd do everything in my power to get away from that type of assault and abuse and get myself somewhere safe. So some of these people who are leaving these facilities are doing it to save their lives, if that's how they feel. Not much has been done to fix what has happened, and it's still going on. And I hate to imagine someone being in that situation, but it's self-preservation to get yourself away from something like that. And so I think it's very important that you consider that someone who is just trying to save themselves, and you're going to send them over to adult court because they're trying to save their own lives. I just really think that this is a terrible idea. It's a bad bill, and there's other ways to address some of these issues.
Out of order. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to correct. I think the sponsor may have misspoken earlier when describing this legislation. I just want everybody to be clear. This isn't saying that juveniles who have charged the offense of robbery or attempt to commit robbery and escape from a facility are going to be tried as adults. This says or. So these may not even be violent minors who are 16 or older. They may not have committed any egregious or violent offense. This simply says if they incurred or committed any offense and then tried to escape from the Youth Development Center, they can be tried as adults in an adult court. There is no basis for that. Nowhere in the definition of justice is that even fathomed in our judicial system. Individuals and young men and women who are placed in youth development centers for any number of reasons, including nonviolent offenses, could want to escape or need to escape or feel they have to escape for any number of reasons. My colleague from Knox County outlined a few. If they're concerned about their safety, if they need to get out of that facility because they feel they need to protect themselves, just for being a runaway, we're going to try them as an adult in adult court? Ladies and gentlemen, let's think through this. The goal here is justice and rehabilitation. There's always a sense of deterrence in these type of punishments, but you cannot try a child in in criminal adult court simply for seeking safety or running away for any number of reasons, regardless of why they were put in that youth development center. Let's hit the pause button here and think about what we're doing to these children and threatening to these children who are 16 and 17 years of age, who didn't even necessarily commit a violent offense. Please, please give this some thought before you vote in favor of this legislation. The young people of this state who have made mistakes, we all made mistakes of some level when we were 16 or 15 or 17. Let's not take the attempt to seek safety or get out of one of these youth development centers and try that child as an adult in an adult criminal court. That is simply contrary to all notions of fairness and justice in the state of Tennessee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to say that the Wilder facility, you have to be they're three-time felons before they go there. But this bill says charged with the offense of robbery or attempt to commit is one of them, are confined to a youth developmental center, approved, certified, or licensed by the Department of Children's Services, and charged with escape thereof. A child 16 years of age confined to a youth development center approved, certified, or licensed by the department who escapes therefrom may be prosecuted as an adult in the court having jurisdiction of the offense. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear what this says. 16 years of age or more at the time of the alleged conduct, and B1, charged with the offense of robbery or attempt to commit robbery, or 2, confined in a youth development center, approved, certified, or licensed Department of Children's Services, and charged with escape therefrom. It doesn't say charged with the offense of robbery or attempt to commit robbery and escaping. Those are two separate things. It says or escaping. So let's be very clear about what this legislation says. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to the sponsor. I've got questions and I also have concerns, some of which I think you attempted to address with Chairman Clemens. So I understand the child, the juvenile, would be transferred to an adult facility, no matter what the crime was that they were originally detained for, if they attempted or actually escaped from that detention facility. Is that correct?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It says it authorizes a juvenile court to transfer a child who is 16 years of age or older to adult court for committing the offense of escape from a youth developmental center. They're just transferred there. The court will make the decision.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, but will juvenile court make that decision or the adult criminal court?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It authorizes a juvenile court to transfer a child who is 16 years of age or older to adult criminal court for committing the offense of escape from a youth developmental center.
Representative Hardaway.
So it's not mandatory, it's not automatic, merely because of the act of attempting or escaping.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Yes, it authorizes a juvenile court to transfer a child who is 16 years of age or older to adult criminal court for committing the offense of escape from a youth developmental center.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, would that juvenile court have to hold a hearing before the transfer?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. And with the facility that would be the new home, so to speak, would that have to meet certain standards? And I ask that because we had testimony before the House Criminal Justice Committee from individuals who, as juveniles, were transferred to an adult facility that was not qualified to hold them, was not qualified to administer the programs, was not qualified to hold them in a population other than as solitary confinement.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I didn't understand the question.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. So the question is whether those facilities that would accept the transferee would have to meet certain standards so a child would not have to be kept in solitary confinement.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that's correct.
Representative Hardaway.
Right, and those facilities would be inspected by the juvenile court system, DCS, DHS. How do we make sure that our children are safe in those adult facilities?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's already in place.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, so if I heard you correctly, you said that the only thing, not the only thing, but the main thing that this bill does in response to my question is to authorize, not mandate, juvenile court to make that transfer from the juvenile detention center to an adult holding center, prison, jail, etc.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Mr. Speaker, it authorizes a juvenile court to transfer a child who is 16 years of age or older to adult criminal court for committing the offense of escape from youth developmental center.
Representative Hardaway. Oh, very good. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Lady, again. And I didn't get the chance to ask these questions earlier. So so I'm clear, so a 16-year-old can be sent to adult court, which then can transfer that 16-year-old to adult prison for robbery or for escaping the juvenile facility. That's what the bill does, right?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is one of the offenses, yes.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Chair Lady. In your definition, in reading your bill, you said the words transfer a child. Is there a reason that they chose to use the word child?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I assume that's because they are 16 years of age and not an adult. They're juveniles.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So they're children. That's why they use the word child in your bill, because they're children.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They are children that have committed crimes.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, ma'am. They committed the crime of robbery, or they committed the crime of attempted escape. Is that attempted escape? What's the code for attempted escape for juveniles that they broke?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 375206.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the code for juvenile escape?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is the code for this bill, yes.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay. So whose job is it to ensure that children don't escape from a juvenile facility? Does somebody have a responsibility for that?
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You would think that the juvenile would, to be trying to better themselves to get out and be a productive person.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just reading from some of this. This is one of our juvenile facilities. Some of the violations that were found state by the individuals that were investigating. It alleges the staff physically assaulted youth and incentivized youth to assault each other by providing bounties of ramen noodles and other snacks. It also said residents were subjected to sexual abuse, as well as arbitrary use of isolation. The report also alleges that residents didn't receive adequate medical or mental health care and instead are prescribed psychotropic medications without appropriate monitoring. The report also says that the children were not provided adequate schooling, including special education, and fails to provide evidence-based therapies and programs. It also says children were denied their care programming like sports and art, as well as contact with family and religious services and grievance processes. If you were subjected to all of that, wouldn't you try to escape also?
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've never been in that position, so I can't answer that question.
Representative Parkinson.
Completely understandable. This legislation, doesn't this actually make it unnecessary to have a juvenile facility? If we're going to take 16-year-old children that are charged with robbery or charged with trying to escape those conditions of our state facilities, the facilities that we fund, doesn't this make having a juvenile facility mute? Why don't we just send them all to adult prison?
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you for your comments.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Lady, I'm not, it's just a bad bill, honestly. I support, in fact, I think I voted for probably almost 100% of your bills. This is just one that's just not it. This is a bad bill. We're talking about taking a child.
Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of this, of course, it's going to go to a criminal court, but a lot of these juveniles that escape, you know what they do. They go rob again. A lot of them kill. A lot of them steal. So this.
Chairlady
So
Littleton.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Previous question may call objection. We have objection. We are on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 611 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 24 nays, one present not voting.
Senate Bill 611 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most serious text. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1400 by Chair Lady Littleton relative to certain criminal offenses. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairlady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1219.
Chairlady Littleton moves substitute and form Senate Bill 1219, probably second without objection. So ordered, Chairlady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1219 on third and final consideration.
Chairlady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 1219 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment's in the Senate bill. Therefore, I move to withdraw House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairlady Littleton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires the sentence for a person convicted of rape, but no less than a sentence imposed for a Range 2 offender if the victim of the offense is at least 13 years of age, but less than 18 years old, and enhances the penalty for incest if the victim is a minor from a Class C felony to a Class B felony. Requires the sentence for a person convicted of incest be no less than the sentence imposed on a Range 2 offender if the victim is a minor. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chairlady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Mr. Trooper, if you could go up in the balcony, I think someone might need assistance. The nurse is on the way. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1219, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Beck, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 85, 8 nays, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1219, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most serious table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 366 by Leader Love and others relative to property tax relief. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 871.
Representative Love moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 871, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 871 on third and final consideration.
Representative Love moves passage of Senate Bill 871 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt, and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of House Amendment Number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting House Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you know that we have a property tax freeze program and also a property tax relief program here in Tennessee. The property tax freeze program income limits are based upon the comptroller's amount for the property tax relief program. The difference in these two programs is that one program will fund payment of property taxes for veterans and persons of a certain age. The other program is specifically for persons of a certain age. The property tax freeze program is the one we're talking about tonight, where they freeze the property tax at a certain amount. The issue, though, is that there are certain income limits. So, for example, there are, on the low end, income limits of $31,600, and on the high end, income limit of $56,790. In other words, if a person in your particular area makes more than $31,000 in Gibson County, in Grundy County, in Hardin County, if they make $33,000, they will not qualify for the property tax freeze program. What this bill does is it gives another option for those counties to simply increase that amount to $60,000 if they choose to. The language in the amendment simply says that if the municipality adopts the $60,000 limit, then they can use that as the amount to use to qualify more persons to participate in the property tax freeze program. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm available for any questions.
Representative Love renews this motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 871 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 871 having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most considered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk. Representative Love.
Mr. Speaker, I know that I'm out of order, but I would like to acknowledge in the back of the room my Bishop E. Ann Henning Byfield. She was our chaplain of the day not too long ago here at the state capitol in the House of Representatives. So if I would, everyone please make her feel welcome. She's in the very back right there.
Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 424 by Representative Stevens and others relative to clinical experience. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1221.
Representative Stevens moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1221. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1221 on third and final consideration.
Representative Stevens moves passage of Senate Bill 1221 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bipartisan bill to help school districts that are struggling to fill open teaching positions. Currently, there are over 1,000 teaching positions that are vacant in the school districts across our state. One option to help them with this would be to allow the school districts to hire teacher candidates as a full-time teacher while using the first year of teaching to fulfill his or her student teaching requirement. The teacher would receive the pay that's currently budgeted in the county school's budget for that teacher position that's vacant. The proposed legislation would also allow the teacher candidate to satisfy the clinical experience required for licensure if certain conditions are met. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Stevens renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thanks, Speaker. How many times could a person who receives this certification be allowed to use it? I see it expires at the June 30. How many times could they get a pass at not having the same qualifications of teachers and teaching our students?
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill does not address that. I would assume it's just one. Before the person is allowed to receive this temporary permit, the director of schools would have to sign off and offer a conditional letter of employment for the individual, and the commissioner of education would have to approve it. So if they fail to perform or they fail their classes somehow, I don't know if they would be qualified to come back.
Representative Pearson.
So in this legislation, is passing the praxis exam, for instance, associated with them ever receiving or not receiving their renewal?
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For courses that have an end-of-the-year test, the student teacher at their own expense would have to pass a test to prove that they're qualified to teach in that subject.
Representative Pearson.
The concern, my mother, Dr. Kimberly Owens Pearson, she's taught for over 20 years in English and language arts, and the standards for being a teacher and becoming a teacher are pretty high. And the concern that I have is this would give license, right, to a person who hasn't gone through the same qualifications to be receiving the opportunity to teach in perpetuity, because there's nothing within the legislation that says they have to have certain training or have to have achieved a certain level of competency to be able to teach our students. Is that correct?
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The student teacher would have to do the same things regardless of whether they're working in a classroom with a teacher like they are now before this bill passes, if it does, or if they're in a classroom on their own being monitored and evaluated and encouraged and mentored by another teacher that's assigned to help them. So they're doing the same thing. This way they would be able to help the school systems that are struggling, though, to fill the vacancy. And also they would be paid for their work instead of paying to work like they currently do now.
Representative Pearson.
I definitely understand the gap as it relates to teachers, the need for support. The student-to-teacher ratio is extremely high, but I don't think changing, eliminating, reducing the requirements potentially for who should be educating our children is the right fix here. And so I don't think that I'll be able to support your legislation.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your feedback.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is this 1 year or so that they're going to be teaching, will it count towards tenure?
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If that's not addressed in this bill, I don't know the answer to that question.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the employees who are working and serving these children be eligible for the state pension program or other benefits that other public school teachers are entitled to?
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If that is not addressed in the bill, I would assume that if they're working for a local school system, that could be part of their compensation package that's worked out with them.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to go a little bit further, we've done a lot of things in this body because we have a teacher shortage. And I know that it's well-intentioned. I believe that it's well-intentioned, but we continue to cut and cut and cut at what is required for people to teach instead of addressing the reasons that teachers are leaving. This is actually one more idea that makes strong teachers that have worked hard think about leaving because, you know, we are cutting the requirements, cut after cut after cut. It's not going to fix our shortage. What we've got to do is we have got to fix a lot of the bills up here that we have passed that makes teaching incredibly difficult when that shouldn't be the case. So I appreciate that people want to bring in more teachers, but cutting corners is not bringing in good teachers. And because someone can take a test and knows the information and knows the material, that doesn't mean that they know how to teach it. And so I'm just greatly concerned that this is bringing down the level of our educators, and it's a huge slight to those who did so much work to get there to become the teachers that they are.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, I appreciate your feedback, but the best place to go for the pipeline of future teachers would be the schools that are teaching the teachers how to teach. And so this bill is going to allow them to be paid for their clinical experience and let them satisfy that requirement so they can go into our classrooms and be teachers. And this isn't for everybody. This has to be somebody that's approved by the district director and also the commissioner of education. I would hope that somebody that's learning how to be a teacher would work well with other teachers and would be effective in their role. So I'm happy with the bill that came from the School Board Association. I haven't had any negative feedback about it before today, so I'm very supportive of it. I ask for your support, and I renew my motion.
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to just thank you for this bill. I think we're kind of missing a little bit of the point of this. This is how I got into teaching. I went all the way through my years of education major. And then at the end of your course, usually you have the student teaching where they send you into an actual classroom and you're still monitored by the universities, the EPP program. So what happened to me, I was all the way through, I was going to do my student teaching. particular school that I graduated from reached out to me and says, hey, we'd like to hire you. And the university said, okay, that will count as your student teaching. I was still under the university's mentoring during that first semester, but it got me into the classroom and it found out that I love teaching, and I stayed there the next 5 years. So what you're trying to attempt to do is to get young people who are already in the field, the educational field, go ahead and get them in the classroom. And you're doing the same thing one way or the other. So I think it's a good bill, and I support it.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Sparks.
I just want to thank you for the legislation, and I know my school board is supportive, and you mentioned Tennessee School Board Association is supportive too. So we've got a problem. This is a good solution, and we need more of it. Thank you, Representative Stevens.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No further comments.
Was that a statement or a question? I'm kidding. Don't worry about it. All right. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1221, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 93, 3 nays.
Senate Bill 1221, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1552 by Representative Warner relative to the charter of the town of Chapel Hill.
Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move passage of House Bill 1552 on third and final consideration.
Representative Warner moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment deletes language granting powers to assess fees and impose taxes upon animals. Move to adopt.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption. Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, this makes changes to the town of Chapel Hill's charter. All aldermen voted in favor of these changes, and with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Warner renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Yep, thanks, Speaker. One question. I see here that it says subject to local approval. This sort of goes into effect. Why is that?
Representative Warner.
Sir, it's already been approved by the locals before it came down here.
Representative Pearson.
And so when, or if this gets passed, the local folks in Chapel Hill would pass an amendment or a piece of legislation, an ordinance or something, saying that they agree to what this body is going to do?
Representative Warner.
I think that's correct, sir. They have already sent the changes in this bill that they wanted to make. Once we pass it, I'm not sure what happens when it goes back. That's up to them.
Representative Pearson.
Yep. When it goes back to them, it would be, as this states, because the bill does state, subject to local approval, right? Is that in the language of the bill?
Representative Warner.
Yes, sir, it is.
Representative Pearson.
So they would get to vote on what this body would pass and adopt it, or they don't have to approve what this body is going to pass. Is that correct?
Representative Warner.
Again, I'm not exactly sure what the proper procedure would be when the bill got back to Chapel Hill, but they sent their changes up here that they wanted to make in the bill, and that's what we're voting on tonight. That is a town charter.
Representative Pearson.
Gotcha. Can I get a parliamentary inquiry on what these words mean? Clerk, particularly the words that we're going to pass that say subject to local approval. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, so I can defer to local chairman. Usually for private acts or local acts, they usually pass a resolution at the local level asking us to change, in this case, their charter. It comes through the local committee. The local committee would vote for it. When it comes to the House floor, we would vote either to approve or deny those changes. And then my understanding is in this legislation, it goes back to the local and they have to vote by 2/3 majority to approve what they had approved to send to us in the first place. Representative Pearson.
Got it. That is helpful. So we are trusting the local governments to change their charters. And we are ultimately giving power back to the local governments to ultimately change their charter and not overstepping as a body to tell them this is what you need to do just automatically, because by a 2/3 majority, according to what I just heard, they would have to adopt the changes that we are saying to pass. That is a good way, I think, to prevent our overreach in local government. And so I encourage us to use that as we look at legislation moving forward.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1552 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? So any member wish to change their vote? Travis, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 97, one nay.
House Bill 1552, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1197 by Chairman Williams and others relative to sports authorities.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on third and final consideration of House Bill 1197.
Chairman Williams moves passage. Bobby seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes the bill. Move to adopt. Defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as amended, would allow for an effective date of January 1st of next year. This bill would apply to a sports authority in excess of 500,000 people, where 7 of the 13 members would be preserved by the appointment authority by the local jurisdiction, whereas the remaining 6 would be appointed 2 for each of the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the speaker. The purpose of this bill is because the state has invested more than $500 million in this project, and the state seeks to have a voice at the table as it relates to the decisions. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Hang on. Representative Todd, Representative Jernigan in the back is wanting to ask a question.
Withdrawn.
Thank you. Representative Jernigan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Dodd. Chairman, this bill, with the way it's written, it affects Nashville only, currently anyway. And this came through local government?
Chairman Williams.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Representative Jernigan.
I think in the previous bill, the speaker very eloquently said that usually resolutions from the county body, a 2/3 of a vote needs to be passed if it affects that county. Did you have a resolution for Metro Nashville?
Chairman Williams.
No, sir.
Representative Jernigan.
And I guess it would be more towards the chairman of local government why there was an exception in this case.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you. As you're well aware, Representative, all the bills, local government is an outpost of state government. Under the statute which created this original entity, this state had to approve it for it to exist. Prior to last year, this entity had never requested $500 million in bond revenues from the state. However, this municipality had requested on 4 other instances sales tax schemes which would allow them to preserve these teams there. This bill simply allows a minority voice to a board which already exists under current TCA.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, and I understand that completely. That still doesn't answer my question if you had a resolution or not.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I did answer that previously, and the answer is no.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear.
Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Chairman Williams. Representative Beck.
So presently, the board is 13, is that correct?
Chairman Williams.
Yes, sir, it is currently 13.
Representative Beck.
And all of those are appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the Metro Council. What is this bill proposing as to the makeup of the new board?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you. As I described earlier, the seven members who have the longest term left on their appointment will remain. The other 6 members of the board will not remain, and those will be those new persons under the terms of the bill would be appointed 2 from the governor, 2 from the lieutenant governor, and 2 from the Speaker of the House. This bill, however, in consultation with some of the stakeholders, this bill will not take place until after the first of the year, next year.
Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, when we're looking at the totality of this, first of all, you said that the city requested the $500 million in bonds from the state. There was not a resolution from the Metro Council who requested this $500 million that was in the governor's budget last year. I know the Metro Council didn't. I know that our Davidson County delegation didn't. So when you're referring to that the city requested that, who in the city requested that?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you. I didn't say that someone from the city requested the bond issuance. The bond issuance requested was request of the same entity of which Nashville has funded bonds for the same project. And this bill, all it does is give the same voice for this entity that is state government, of which everyone from the Metro Nashville delegation that serves in this body supported such bond issuance.
Representative Beck.
The $1 billion worth of bonds that Davidson County voters have secured for years have never needed for the state to sit on our board because of the billions of dollars, for example, the soccer stadium that we all enjoy, the present Titan Stadium, which still has $60 million of bonds left on it, for the arena where our Preds play, for all the many sports that we enjoy in this city, in this state, have always been born on the backs of Metro taxpayers. True, we're very happy that the governor put the $500 million in bonds that are to be repaid by the taxes that this new stadium will generate. But what you're saying is that for all that the city has borne and continues to bear, we're still paying those bonds, that we don't get the choice of still controlling the board on which authorized the issue of those bonds. And for that, I think it's wrong. I think it's an injustice to the people. You want a couple of seats on the board, that's fine, but 7 seats on the board, 6 seats on the board, thank you, is just wrong. And I wouldn't do it to your city. And I don't appreciate you doing it to my city.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Representative. The truth is that the majority of the board is still preserved by Metro Nashville, which doesn't impugn their ability to do any bonding. The reference that you made as it relates to every other project was only enabled by this body and the body previous to it, who allows for those sales tax revenues to be able to remain on those properties. All the properties that you recently mentioned, every one of those never came to the state of Tennessee and asked them for $500 million in bonds. But this entity did, and that's the difference between why this bill is necessary and why it hadn't been necessary before. Thank you.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Nashville's going to keep 7, and the power brokers here at the state are going to have, what, 6? So currently we do it by school board districts and state senate districts. So are we going to give a map to the speakers and to the governor so they'll know which school board member district they're appointing from, or which state senate district? How are we going to do it?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, if you'll read the bill, it does tell you where those appointments will be made from in each of the instances that are on there. In the instance of the speaker's representatives, he's going to appoint 2 directors, with no more than 1 being a resident of the same House district. The Speaker of the Senate shall appoint 2 directors, with no more than 1 appointing being a resident of the same senatorial district. And the governor shall appoint 2 directors, with no more than 1 appointee being a resident of the same grand division of the state.
Representative Mitchell.
So they're not going to all be from Davidson County for the Nashville Sports Authority?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, they will not all be from the senatorial district or Metro Davidson County, because the $500 million bonds were paid for by 7 million people in the state of Tennessee. That is the reason for this bill, and that's why we're here before you today.
Representative Mitchell.
Well, I kind of don't remember when we built the baseball stadium in Knoxville, and now we've done things for Memphis and the Forum. I kind of don't remember a takeover of their sports authority. Oh, and then there was Jackson, Tennessee. We threw a little cash in there, and I don't remember that. So I think you're singling out one county. Again, that little home rule part of the Constitution is getting some good use again. But I don't remember that happening. And I keep hearing $500 million. That's going to be $500 million that people who want to come to Nashville, Tennessee are going to pay that back. And the people of Davidson County didn't ask for a dime. Is a bunch of lobbyists for a professional sports team came up here, and I seen everybody in here, both sides of the aisle, just falling over themselves to be a part of it. I've seen some people who hate Nashville so much, and they stood up and hated Nashville, but they were out there getting their picture with the coach. It was so funny. Then they came on here and gave the biggest speech in support of it. It's the funniest thing I ever saw. But I cannot believe that we've given all this money to all these other parts of the state, and you're going to stand up there and say, well, Nashville owes us something. Nashville owes more than something. Nashville doesn't owe anyone in here a dime. We're paying the light bill in this place. Nashville, Tennessee is pulling their weight. Everybody else may not be pulling their weight, but we're bringing the money into this state. We are paying our way, and I don't know why everyone thinks, you know, you come down here and you enjoy yourself. You go out to all the little restaurants. You have your good time down on 2nd Avenue and on Broadway, and you forget to send the pictures back home of what you're doing while you're down here. You forget to do that, but then you want to come take over our stuff because we do things right. Well, we don't need you to mess up our stuff in our city like you're doing down here. We don't discriminate in Nashville. We are welcoming people. We just may not want the Taliban to come here, but we are welcoming people.
I think we would agree with you on that one, Representative Mitchell. You recognize?
We block those conventions. We don't allow them to come into town. You know, there was several last weekend, but we just couldn't throw them on out. But I don't understand why you think you have the right to take over our city when we're doing everything.
Sorry about that. That's your 5. You do, but I think your colleagues from Shelby want to talk to you in the back of the room after this, though. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized. Oh, sorry. Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Representative. It's always good to hear you start a diatribe on a certain issue. But I will say, I thank you for also admitting that the taxpayers of this great state of Tennessee are the ones that are coming here to help pay these bonds down that we've committed. So thank you. And if you'd send me the bill that Metro Nashville is paying for this building, I would love to see that as well. Thank you.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just kind of want to sum this up because your argument in defense of usurping the local authority of the sports authority boils down to the fact that a billionaire who owns a professional football team came to this Capitol requesting $500 million in bonds from the state. The governor willingly rolled over. A member of a non-Davidson County delegation representative sponsored a bill to allow it and facilitate it. And that is your grounds for taking over our sports authority. Am I correct?
Chairman Williams.
No, that is not correct. The reason why is because we issued $500 million in bonds, the state did, using taxpayer dollars, and they currently have no voice on this board. As it relates to who was there or not there, the Metro Nashville is issuing their own bonds and advocated to this body for us to issue $500 million in bonds because they didn't have the capability to do it all themselves. They didn't.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to me that Metro hasn't even officially endorsed this entire plan or the use of this at this moment. And so again, I go back to the point that you are seeking to usurp Metro Sports Authority because a billionaire who owns an NFL team came here, the governor rolled over, said, yes, please. The member of the across the aisle who's not from Davidson County introduced a bill to facilitate it. And you're using that as the excuse to usurp local authority again. So the other part of this problem is not only are you taking 6 appointments away from local government, those members who the leadership of this state can appoint can be from anywhere in Tennessee. They don't even have to be from Davidson County to sit on a Davidson County Sports Authority. Now, that makes very little sense to me. Very little sense. You can still have Tennessee taxpayers living in this city because we cover 30% of the bill of this state. So you could still satisfy your own argument and appoint people from Davidson County. But no, you want to pull them from all across the state of Tennessee to come in and tell us how we did it. If we did that to Putnam County, if you want me to come run Putnam County and stuff going over there, I'll be more than happy to. But that's not what you want. And we don't want y'all coming in and trying to run our city. So you can understand why we're upset about this. And this isn't the first occasion. So returning to your early argument, first of all, we wouldn't have an NFL franchise in this city or this state if Metro taxpayers didn't raise their water rates and pick up the tab for the building that's sitting over there on the river right now. So I appreciate that this body across the aisle introduced a resolution on behalf of the governor's wishes to issue $500 million in bonds that we've yet to accept. But I really frown upon the fact that you once again want to usurp local authority and stick your fingers into Davidson County's business and run our sports. If we're going to do it for Davidson County, let's go to Hamilton County. Let's go to Montgomery County. Let's go wherever you want to go that has a sports authority or any sports franchise and do the same to them if we're going to be fair.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. The truth of the matter is that as I read to your colleague from Nashville in the back, only based upon the senatorial district and the House district and the appointments, then most of these people were going to be located here in Davidson County. And I recognize you don't want to hear the answer to this question, but the fact of the matter is that 9 of those people that are living here in Nashville, they're being represented by a portion of Metro Council, and none of this would be possible without the state of Tennessee, because as we were told, if we all didn't do this together, Metro Nashville and the state of Tennessee, this entity would be gone. And so we have the state of Tennessee and Metro Nashville to thank for preserving that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Objection. I see objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 72, 24 nays.
Previous question fails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1197 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 74, 23 nays.
House Bill 1197 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most read series table. Lear Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the hour, I would make a motion that we consider the remainder of today's calendar at the top of the regular calendar on Wednesday.
That's proper motion, proper second. It's out of order. I would ask the balcony to refrain. I would ask the balcony to refrain from speaking. Last warning, Representative Powell. Representative Powell.
Mr. Speaker, we have a large number of people that have been waiting patiently to hear this bill again and again. My parliamentary inquiry is this. I know after we are done here, we will take up the flow motion. I want to know specifically when the bill that is next up on the calendar that is going to attempt to arm the teachers at Tennessee, when that session will begin. The leader just said that will be at the first of the calendar, but the public is very, very interested in this piece of legislation. The public is very interested. The galleries are full because people are opposed to arming teachers, and I want to know, Mr. Speaker, when the public can plan on being here Wednesday en masse to oppose the arming of teachers in Tennessee.
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. the motion has been made. Obviously, we can vote on the motion, but the remainder of the calendar, not one bill, is what I made the motion to roll. We've been at this for several hours. We will be at this for as long as it takes to complete the work of the people. And the people that are here and others or whomever else are always welcome in this chamber. I didn't even realize, quite frankly, what bill was next on the calendar. It is the remainder of the calendar that
Out of
to
order.
move.
We got objection. We'll vote. Okay, balcony, last warning. I do not want to have to clear the balconies. I do not want to have to clear the balconies. We do not want to have to clear the balconies, but we cannot hear if you're shouting. So I would suggest that you refrain from shouting from the balconies, because we would have to change. We have objection. Representative Love.
Mr. Speaker, just for the members and my own understanding, this particular motion, is this a debatable motion?
Mr. Clerk,
Mr. Speaker, it is debatable.
would you like to debate it, Representative Love?
Yes, sir, I would.
Would you debate with Leader Lambert, I guess? Leader Lambert? Representative Love, what's your question?
Is he prepared?
Representative Love, go ahead.
It's Rule 25, as that we're looking at. In light of everything that we have experienced last few weeks and the conversations we've had, I would implore upon the leader, if there's not at least one bill we can take up tonight, Leader Lambert, that we would at least look at this one bill. We made efforts last week to take up a particular bill out of order. To my colleague's point, Representative Powell in the back, what happens in committees also is that when we have people who've come to testify, folks who've come to hear us, we make an effort to let them be heard. When folks travel long distances, sat in committees when folks have said, we've had folks who've traveled long distances and to come to this committee, they want to be heard. This is an instance also where I think that we need to make an effort to let the public see us have at least a conversation about this very important piece of legislation. And so I would ask the leader of Lambert to consider that as he can amend his motion or withdraw it and allow us to at least do this one bill. It's 7:26. 7:26. I was not that late. Thank you so much.
Leader Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, I had spoken to the sponsor of that legislation. I do not believe it would have been the next bill we would have been taking up anyways. I do believe that would have been rolled a bit down the calendar. We've worked through a majority of the calendar. I've had a number of members that have come up and just said, hey, look, it's late in the evening. We've got an entire week or more ahead of us, and have asked to roll the rest of the calendar. I've made a motion. Folks can vote or favor or against. But again, and to those that are here, again, it was no intention about the next specific bill on the calendar. It was my understanding it was going to be rolled anyways. And I would ask, Mr. Speaker, if folks are going to be in the gallery, if they could just not shout and holler out. I'm trying to explain what the motion was. The motion was to roll the remaining bills on the calendar. If I could ask the clerk or the speaker to potentially anticipate what time we might be on the floor Wednesday, maybe that would help with folks' travel arrangements. I'd be happy to do that. But the motion was for the remaining bills on the calendar, not just one bill.
Yes, Representative Parkinson, you were next.
Mr. Speaker, I just have a parliamentary question. The motion that was made on the floor, can that motion be amended by another member to have that bill heard before we leave?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no, that's not correct.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is a follow-up on my colleague from Davidson County. Do we have the floor calendar yet for Wednesday as to a specific time we're going to come in to session.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding of that motion, it was to keep this calendar and pick up where we left off on Wednesday. So I believe the adjournment motion will be till 8:30 Wednesday. And so we would work off this exact same calendar where we left off. That's my understanding of the motion.
Chairman Clemens.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that's answers the question of my colleague, 8:30 on Wednesday morning. However, the concern here is that all these fine people who've joined us this evening, it's after work, they're able to be here. If they're going to be at work or at school or teaching classes at 8:30 a.m. on Wednesday morning, hence our serious and sincere concern about this, because this directly impacts teachers and our children. And those are the people who deserve to be here to hear that debate. And because it directly impacts them, their job and their employment, and our children who we send to school every day. So that's the source of the concern here, Mr. Leader. We maintain our objection to the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's understood. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, so if we all want to go one more spot on the calendar, I'm not sure those that are here are going to be pleased with the action that we're about to take, but there is a procedural motion that I will yield to for Representative Williams to make a motion. So I will withdraw my motion for a moment, and we'll be renewing it in a few minutes, and after Representative Williams makes a motion. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion for the time being.
Without objection. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1202 by Chairman Williams, relative to schools.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill I've worked on for 3 years. I think it's one that, as many of you may know, have seen this in committee, have seen that law enforcement came out, TEA, many people came out against over the past several years. But this year, none of that, because there were so many exceptions, so much permissivity, so much training, so much mental health evaluation, so much concealment, that it was very difficult for people to be against this bill. However, I know my colleagues are really concerned about the day and the era and what's going on. And so in a matter of trying to be bipartisan and encourage the members to get along better and hear the debate, Mr. Speaker, I move to hold this bill on the desk.
Without objection. All right, Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I would move to take up the remainder of today's calendar on Wednesday's regular calendar.
Without objection. Representative Hardaway, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, laying the bill on the desk. What's the posture of that bill?
I think it was
so that our gallery can understand.
I think that was held on the desk, but Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the clerk's desk, it's been pulled off the calendar and it's just in a holding place, which is the clerk's desk. It would take a motion in the future to have it placed on any sort of future regular calendar.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. It's held on the desk. What does it take to pull that bill off of the clerk's desk?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that would depend on the motion made to set it for a hearing on the regular calendar. For example, if it was for the next available space, next available regular calendar, that would take a simple majority. If the representative set a time or position specific, that would be a special order, which per our rules takes a 2/3 vote.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. So that bill could be taken off of the desk and heard the same day, the same hour. Does the flow motion allow that?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the flow motion wouldn't affect that if the members sought to set a special order to have the bill heard at a specific time on a specific calendar.
Representative Hardaway.
So that bill could be heard without notice, in other words.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, it has been the practice that motion be made If it's made for the next available space, next available calendar, then it would be placed on whatever the next regular calendar would, whatever time that would be. And this body could vote on that when the time came.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, Mr. Speaker, to save time, I'm going to tell the gallery that bill can be pulled up at any point, any time, and because we're suspending the rules, the flow motion, it can be heard that same day with no notice to you that it's going to be pulled up and no notice to you on what calendar it's going to be placed on. Thank you.
Chairman Clemens, you passed. Representative Jones, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have members of the community who've sat here through this whole session for hours waiting for this bill, and I think it's shameful that we're playing games. Representative Williams could have
Representative Jones, hang on now. That's not a question to the clerk. You're making a statement. We're under, you can ask a parliamentary question if that's what you want to do about it, but you're making a statement which is out of order. So if you have a question for the clerk, that would be appropriate at this time. Representative Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you describe what are the different processes if the sponsor was going to kill this bill? What would that motion look like? What would he have said differently than this? If it was to kill this bill totally, what would he have said?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe a member could make a motion to have a bill die. It would take a vote of this body. It would be presented in a normal manner. Motions would be made, debate would be had, and then it would be a vote of this body.
Representative Jones.
Mr. Clerk, what does it mean to take a bill off notice? That's a different motion. To take it off notice, what would that mean?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, to take a bill off notice is not part of floor procedure in practice. That is a committee practice of when a member has put a bill on notice by 3:30 on the Wednesday deadline, they've asked for it to be heard. When the bill comes up in committee, maybe the member's not ready to run it, they ask that it be taken off notice, and it would stay in that committee until they're ready to put it back. That is not a floor procedure. The typical floor procedure is to be held on the clerk's desk, which is where all bills are held prior to being sent to committee, for example.
Representative Jones.
I would just urge this body, if you really believe in this, don't play games with the people. Take a
Representative
vote.
Jones, that's another statement. We're asking questions. We're not going down that road. Well, you better make sure it's a question. Representative Jones.
It's a question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Clerk, can you read for the speaker residency requirements in order to represent a district?
Very good, Representative Jones. That's a nice one. Congratulations to you. Representative Shaw, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the sponsor of the bill that laid it on desk, if I could ask him to yield.
You can walk over there and ask him if you want to, but that's not where we are right now, unfortunately. All right. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up the message calendar at this time.
Without objection. Mr. Clerk.
Item 1, House Bill 1002 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to sexual offenses. Mr. Speaker, on April 10, 2022, the Senate substituted House Bill 1002 for Senate Bill 1500, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 1002 as amended.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Leader Lamberth moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to adjourn. We said we're tired, so I make a motion to adjourn so we couldn't take up any other bills. Motion to adjourn.
Hang on. That was not quite a proper motion because you didn't make a time to come back to. Representative Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I motion to adjourn until 8:30 on Wednesday.
That's a motion. That's a second. It's non-debatable. We have objection. So we're on the board for objection. We have it. All right, so we're voting on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor to adjourn until Wednesday at 8:30, vote aye. All those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, just for clarification of the members, the message board states that we're on the motion to concur in Senate Amendment 1. What you're voting on is the motion to adjourn. I apologize that the board is incorrect.
All right. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 23, 74 nays.
Motion to adjourn fails. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 76, 19 nays.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. The motion to table. Representative Hardaway, for what purpose?
On the bill, sir.
Which bill? We already.
On this bill.
Okay, got you. We're not there yet. Mr. Clerk, next message.
Item 2, House Bill 1225 by Leader Lambert and others relative to child custody and support. Mr. Speaker, on April 12, 2023, the Senate substituted House Bill 1225 for Senate Bill 880, adopted Amendment 1 and passed House Bill 1225 as amended.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Ackberry and I have worked on this bill to allow for folks that are behind on child support to be able to get a restricted license immediately. The effective date was further out into the future. Now this would be effective upon becoming law so that folks can still go to work, church, school, and in a true bipartisan fashion. This would allow folks, I think, just live a better life. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Leader Lambert moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Hardaway, you are recognized.
The explanation suffices, sir.
All right, thank you. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most series tabled. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the message calendar.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Chairman Moon, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to hold Senate Joint Resolution 554 on the clerk's desk.
Without objection, so ordered. Oh, Chairman Moon, what number was that again for clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Joint Resolution 544.
All right, without objection, so ordered. Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with the minority leader, a couple of procedural issues here on bills. Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 942 be heard in Finance, Ways and Means Committee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 1572 and 1573 be heard in the Local Government Committee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 251, 271, and 566 be heard in Finance Subcommittee this week.
You've heard the motion. Without objection, no objection, so ordered. Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 1188 be heard in the Education Instruction Subcommittee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 267 be heard in the Criminal Subcommittee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 508 be heard in the Health Subcommittee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 1017 be heard in the Civil Justice Subcommittee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Lear Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, we announced last week that the flow motion would be presented today. And with that, I have the following. I move that the following rules be suspended for the remainder of the 2023 legislative session. Rule number 17, so that all congratulatory memorializing resolutions can be placed directly on the next consent calendar. Rule number 49, the 48-hour rule, so that all bills moved from calendar rules can be set on the next floor calendar. Rule number 49, the 25 bill limit, so that more than 25 bills may be placed on the calendar for final consideration on any one day. Rule number 50, the 72-hour rule for posting the consent calendar, so that local bills and other bills and resolutions coming out of calendar rules can be placed on the next consent calendar on a daily basis. Rule number 59, notice provisions, so that all bills from the Senate with messages can be announced and or automatically placed on the next message calendar. Rule number 67, so that committee and subcommittee meetings can be held at times other than those specified in the House weekly schedule and with less than 72 hours notice. Rule number 71, the 24-hour rule requiring all amendments to be available to members 24 hours for consideration on the floor. Rule number 83, subpart 1, so that all bills reported out of subcommittee can be heard on the next full committee calendar without waiting a week. Rule number 83, subpart 1, so that all bills reported out of committee can be heard in the next committee or subcommittee without waiting a week. Rule number 83, subpart 1, so that items in committee and subcommittee can be placed on the next calendar, notwithstanding the Wednesday 3:30 deadline for placing those bills on notice. And Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that most of the members at least have remained in the room to hear that. Those that don't, I'm assuming have read this online already. It is available there. Thank you.
Thank you. You've heard the motion properly seconded. Any objections? It's your choice. Y'all want to put it on the board, or you just want to do it the normal way? Hey, look at it. You all have agreed on something. I congratulate you all very much. You want it on the board? All right, we'll put it on the board. All those in favor of the motion to suspend the rules, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 74, 20 nays.
Motion prevails. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Local Government Committee will meet tomorrow, April 18th at 8:30 in House Hearing Room 1, 8:30.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members' calendar and rules will meet immediately following Finance Full, and then more than likely we'll meet following Finance Full late in the afternoon. Good chance we meet twice tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, I don't know why I took my glasses off. I can't see. Tomorrow at 5:15, a group called Voices for a Safer Tennessee is going to do a linking arms human chain from Monroe Carroll Children's Hospital to the Capitol in support of the families that lost loved ones at the Covenant shooting. And to speak out against gun control. Or speak out for gun control, rather. It's a bipartisan event that'll be, I think, really powerful. I'd love to see all the members here. You can register today at safertn.org/event. And again, I hope to see everybody out there tomorrow. Thank you.
Representative Chairman Hicks, Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just want to make sure that you hear this announcement about the schedule change for tomorrow. Budget Sub will be meeting in the morning at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. House Hearing Room 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Full Finance will meet immediately following Finance Sub in Hearing Room 1 in the morning.
Any further announcements? Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Clerk, take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 90 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 8:30 a.m. on Wednesday, April 19th, 2023.
Without objection, the House stands in recess till 8:30 a.m. on Wednesday, April 19th, 2023.